Where there is health, there is no place for disease. In Planet Ayurveda, we believe in the power of natural herbs. Our goal is to prepare powerful extracts and original Ayurvedic combinations to help our customers with their health problems. The quality and purity of the herbs used in our products is crucial. Planet Ayurveda searches for farms located in the mountains of the Himalayas, as herbs that are grown in the Himalayan mountains are richer in their chemical constituents as compared to those grown in the plains areas. These small family farms are mainly situated in the villages located in the foothills of Himachal Pradesh, India. Planet Ayurveda chooses suitable farms based on the quality of their herbs and plants. We always seek for 100% pure herbs that are grown naturally in a healthy environment. In the fields of the selected Planet Ayurveda farms, no chemical fertilizers or urea is used. They only use an organic compost that has been prepared from leaves or animal manure. They also do not use any kind of fertilizers. The herbs are grown naturally without the use of any insecticide or pesticide. Most of the labor is done manually, planting, clearing fields of weeds and harvesting, which has the added benefits in giving special care to the herbs and also work for the local people. The founder of Planet Ayurveda, Dr. Vikram Chauhan, is an experienced Ayurvedic doctor and specialist in phytotherapy who has immense knowledge about the natural growth of herbs. He also personally visits the various farms on a regular basis. Planet Ayurveda.
Ora, muito boa tarde, senhores e senhores. Bem-vindos a Lisboa e ao nosso primeiro Congresso Internacional de Ayurveda neste auditório tão especial, que é o Templo Radha Krishna. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lisbon and welcome our first International Ayurveda Congress in this special auditorium of Radha Krishna Temple. Para darmos início a este congresso, gostaria de convidar uma pessoa muito especial que dispensa qualquer tipo de apresentações pela sua dedicação e inestimável contributo para o Ayurveda. É o presidente do World Movement of Yoga and Ayurveda, Dr. José Roque Swami Narayanananda, que nos irá presentear com o mantra de abertura. To start the event, I would like to invite a very special person who needs no introduction because of his unique and special dedication to Ayurveda. President of the World Movement of Yoga and Ayurveda, Dr. José Roque Swami Narayanananda, who will offer us with the opening mantra. Thank you.
Vamos dedicar então o congresso àquele que representa toda a sabedoria do Ayurveda, representa todos os métodos naturais de cura e preservação da saúde, a manifestação do Senhor Vishnu neste planeta para trazer a sabedoria da ciência da vida, que é o Ayurveda. Nós vamos fazer então um mantra dedicado ao Senhor Dhanvantari. Por favor, todos coloquem as mãos juntas frente ao coração espiritual no centro do peito. Vamos inicialmente invocar as bênçãos do Senhor Ganesha, aquele que representa a memória cósmica, o removedor de todos os obstáculos. Om Ganana Ganapati Gum Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamashravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanaspata Anashrumbam Nuti Visida Sadanam Om Shrimam Mahaganapataye Namaha Om Namo Bhagavate Dhamvantaraye Amruta Kalashahastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trilokanataya Vishnave Swaha Om Namo Bhagavate Dhamvantaraye Amruta Kalashahastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trilokanataya Vishnave Swaha Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vaidyarajaya Dhimahi Tanno Dhamvantari Prachodayate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Namastê. Que todos tenham um feliz congresso.
Obrigado, Dr. José Roque, por este momento tão especial deste mantra de abertura. E agora vamos dar início à cerimónia de acender o Deepa. We start the Deepa Lightning Ceremony. E gostaria de convidar para esta cerimónia o representante da Embaixada da Índia, Dra. Asha Anthony, o Dr. Amândio Figueiredo, da Federação Nacional de Yoga, o Dr. Pedro Serra Matos, representante do Conselho Nacional das Terapias Não Convencionais, o Dr. Manuel Mulgi, da Comunidade Hindu-Portugal, e a nossa Presidente da Amayur, Gabriela Paleta.
Namah Dhamvantarimadhidevam Sura Surai Vandita Parapadma Loke Jararuka Bhayamrutunashanam Dhataramisham Vividaushadinam Dhataramisham Vividaushadinam Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Bom, e após esta cerimónia, que nos vem dar aqui alguma luz para continuarmos com o nosso congresso, agora tenho a honra de vos apresentar, que já chamei também para acender aqui o Deepa, a nossa Presidente da Amayur, Gabriela Paleta, que irá fazer o discurso de abertura. And now we have the honor to introducing our President, Gabriela Paleta, from the Portuguese Association of Ayurvedic Medicine in Portugal, who will give the opening speech. Gabriela.
Boa tarde a todos. and good afternoon to all of you. I will speak in English, so I think it's okay for everybody. Thank you for being here, and in the name of Amayur, the Portuguese Association of Ayurvedic Medicine, it is with enormous pleasure that we are welcoming you here today for the opening ceremony of the first International Ayurveda Congress in Portugal. I would like to thank Dr. Ruge for the opening mantra and for all the support that he has been given Amayur along the years. And together with the Indian Embassy in Portugal and the Portuguese Hindu community, we are grateful for your presence in this auditorium and on the grounds of the Hindu temple here. And also, we are thanking you for the presence for the ones that are following us online. Amayur has completed 20 years this year, on the 17th of February 2024. So 20 years, it's a lot of time. We're 20 years full of many projects dedicated to promoting Ayurveda in Portugal, among the Portuguese community. 20 years of many Ayurvedic conferences that we have organized along the time, many local and national events, many Ayurvedic educational sessions and courses for the large public and also for professionals. 20 years of dedicated members and associates that have been voluntarily taken the lead in promoting the wonderful science of life that is Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is a holistic system of healing, as you most probably know, thousands and thousands years old, whose principles and fundamentally natural way of treatment continues to be completely valid and relevant for all humanity, even in today's reality. Ayurveda looks at the human being as a whole, built up of various independent parts, interdependent parts. And at the same time, it looks at the human being as a part of a wider system, that is the nature and the universe. So we are both whole and we are part. When we look at health of the health of the human being, we have to consider all these parts that constitute us as well. The body, the mind, the emotions, and as Ayurveda adds, the spirit. When we look overall at health of the humanity, we cannot dissociate our individual health as a human being from the health of the nature and the health of our planet and the health of the universe where we live. It is fundamentally implicit that everything is interlinked, and whatever happens with one of these parts will affect the rest. So when we look at human health, we also see different visions and approaches coexisting today. We see a more biochemical vision, we see a more bioenergetical vision, and we see a more biospiritual vision. There is much value in all these visions, and it is time, in my view, that we work and cooperate together, bringing these visions closer for the benefit of all of us, for the benefit of humanity in general, and for the benefit of nature and the universe. Because after all, there is only one health. We have therefore chosen the theme for this Congress as Ayurveda for Integrative Health, looking through this lens of integration of our different parts that somehow have been taken separately, integration of ourselves and our environment, that we seem to have forgotten how important it is for our well-being, and also looking through the lens of cooperation and integration of different visions and approaches. We are aware that integrative is a word that can have many meanings these days. But here, for the purpose of this Congress, it means looking at all parts in congruence and looking at the bigger picture in the same time. It means cooperation, it means interdependence, it means dialogue, respect, curiosity, learning, and growing together. Because we all have one health, and we are all part of it, with our particularities and with our similarities. We have gathered in this Congress professionals from different areas, from Ayurveda, from yoga, from Chinese medicine, from naturopathy, homeopathy, chiropractic, osteopathy, acupuncture, with the purpose of promoting more awareness and also dialogue between different approaches and different visions of health. In the end, we all have the same purpose, contributing significantly to improving the health of humanity. And the best way in which we can do that, I believe it to be true for all of us and for all the professions that we are representing, is prevention. The more we can work on prevention, in a more integrated way, work on strengthening the body, strengthening the mind, strengthening the emotions and the spirit of each individuals and of our communities, the more we can work on strengthening the ecosystems we are living in, the more we can avoid diseases, sickness, and pandemics, and improve also the life for us, for our children, and for humanity in the long run. So I would like to invite you to enjoy and thrive in all this international knowledge and the richness of experiences that will be shared here from so many different dimensions of this unique reality that we are living in. I would like to give a big thank you to all the 70 speakers, more than 70 speakers that have been embarked with us on this journey and that have traveled the seas and the mountains to be here with us for these 3 days. I truly hope that you feel enriched and inspired by all of them, and to give even a tiny small contribution to bringing us all together on this path of healing the world. Let's have a wonderful, meaningful, magical Congress, and thank you.
Após este magnífico discurso da nossa Presidente Gabriela Paleta, passo a apresentar o próximo palestrante, Sua Excelência Embaixador da Índia em Portugal, Mr. Manish Chauhan. After this magnificent speech by our President Gabriela Paleta, I will now introduce the next speaker, Excellency Ambassador of India to Portugal, Mr. Manish Chauhan. Thank you. Sorry for this error. It's the Secretary, Dra. Asha Anthony.
Namaskar, boa tarde, good afternoon. First of all, let me begin by congratulating the organizers of this event. It is a labor of love. I'm aware of it because I have been informed of this event for almost 2 months now. And let me begin by saying that Embassy of India is honored to be part of this initiative. And Ambassador Manish Chauhan could not be here because of other engagements. We are a very small embassy, but he sends his regards to the event, and he wishes all grand success for the event. Now, I understand that this first International Ayurveda Congress is being organized under the theme Ayurveda for Integrative Health. And I've been informed through Madam's speech that the conference will bring together professionals, students, and practitioners of Ayurveda. I see that there are more than 70 speakers with several sessions on the relevance of Ayurveda as a natural and holistic healing and wellness system. I myself come from the state of Kerala, the small state of Kerala in southern India, which is known for Ayurveda and Ayurvedic treatments. And I just met somebody right now from my own state who told me that he's also involved in promoting Ayurveda across the world. And he made this very interesting comment that Ayurveda seems to be getting more popular abroad than in India or even in Kerala, which is actually a fact. I grew up hearing stories of Ayurveda and having a lot of Ayurveda medicine. My parents are firm practitioners of alternative medicine, practitioners in the sense of following the systems and trying to heal the body through these methods. And I must say that Ayurveda and homeopathy and several other alternative systems have contributed a lot to my health as well. So in this regard, this is also a personal mission for me, and I'm very glad to see that there is a lot of interest in Portugal in the alternative systems of health, including Ayurveda. As you may be aware, as a global community, we are facing a health crisis of multiple pandemics and the yet-to-be-known effects of the pandemics on our body, how it is affecting our bodies, affecting our minds. And this is a time, as I have understood, that we should be very aware of our bodies and aware of what our bodies are going through in terms of physical or mental stress. I mean, tests will help us to a certain extent, but I think modern medicine is also struggling because of the complexity of the time in which we live in. So in that instance, Ayurveda and the other alternative therapies, and I'm really glad that you're bringing together not just Ayurveda, but homeopathy, Chinese medicine, naturopathy, because in this day and age, we need every system of medicine, every system of healing and holistic health to have a good life. So being a diplomat, I'm also happy that it is about dialogue, because we are about dialogue. And we need different systems of medicine and different systems of healing to understand the human body as well as the mind. And there is another element which I would like to add, that we are holding this in the auditorium of the Hindu temple, and today is an auspicious day, it is Mahashivratri. So I'm sure that that will also add to the grace of the event. And let me end by mentioning a third point, which is today's International Women's Day. And as a woman, I'm glad to be part of this initiative. And when I read through the brochures of Amayur, I realized that the board is mostly, if not all, women. And I thought I needed to highlight that. And all the power to the women to carry forward this journey of love. I know it's not easy, but we are with you all the way. I will continue to provide all the support. Thank you.
Bom, é chegado o momento de ouvirmos o próximo palestrante. É professor, médico e diretor-geral do Conselho Central de Investigação em Ciências Ayurvédicas, o professor Rabinaraya Acharya. It's time for the next speaker, Professor, Physician and Director General of the Central Research Council for Ayurvedic Sciences, Professor Rabinarayan Acharya. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste to all. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. Namaste. At the outset, I thank the President of Amayur, Kabila Paletaji, for his kind invitation. And I greet her and all the women participating today on this International Women's Day, and I wish happy Shubha Shivaratri to all the participants. May Lord Shiva bless all for a good cause of development of Ayurveda at the global platform. Dear friends, I am very happy to be part of the first international seminar being conducted on Ayurveda by the Amar organization, which is organizing different workshops, seminars since last 25 years. But this is the first international conference I found myself fortunate to be a part of this. And the theme of the seminar is quite unique. That is the integration of Ayurveda. Ayurveda for integrative healthcare or integrative healthcare. And it starts with not only the integrations of a single Ayurveda, but it starts with all the holistic healthcare system, that may be homeopathy, that may be all the naturopathy, yoga, Chinese system, all are here to have a brainstorming, to share their views. That is not a small way, but about 70 research papers are going to be presented. Speakers are going to share their views in this workshop. Dear friends, as told by the President and the Secretary of here in their speech, that it says Ayurveda is holistic, no doubt. We all know those who are Ayurveda lovers, they are here. If everybody knows the principles of Ayurveda, and it is time. Whenever the principle Ayurveda has sustained since years, but when we are talking in terms of integrative health, but we have to come to the public with proper scientific evidence, with being a popular statement. Health is always a science which is related to the public. Health, whenever the public, whatever the public demands, we have in their terms, in the terms of the present scenario, we have to develop every science. Then only the science will be flourished and science will be being understood by everybody. We have to change in that. So the philosophy of Ayurveda, when we are going to for the integrations, Ayurvedic for integrative healthcare, wherever it fits, but we are not in a position, we should not dilute the fundamental principles of Ayurveda. Keeping intact the fundamental principles of Ayurveda, the integrations will be followed so that every aspect of Ayurvedic fundamental principles will be beneficial for the society. Then it must be in a scientific way. And as we all know, I am a part of the research council. I'm leading a central council of research in Ayurveda under Ministry of Ayush, and that is a department under which is a ministry under Government of India, which is dedicatedly working for all traditional system of medicines available in India in practice. It may be Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy, Suaripwa, and homeopathy, our Siddha system of medicine, Unani system of medicines, homeopath system of medicines. All these the traditional system of medicines comes under the purview of Ayush, as you know, and Government of India is quite active since last 10 years period for this integrative health. For your kind information, I am to say that Government of India has recently going to establish Minister Ayush ICMR Advanced Research Center in the leading health organization of the country, that is All India Institute of Medical Sciences. There are never about 20, more than 20 or aims in the country, and all are coming forward to have an advanced integrative health research center in these aims. Not only in the aims, but also we have a practice where many of the sophisticated hospitals where the patient figures is quite high. They are just like our important center of excellence in Nimhans, that National Institute of our mental disorders, and also cancer, Tata Memorial Cancer Research. Everywhere, they have integrative health centers, and many research are being going on in that aspect. How the holistic approach of Ayurveda, that is following the P4 model of the present healthcare management, how this can be implemented in that way. So I I have a session day after tomorrow where I will share what the recent developments, how the research councils is being working. But today I wish the whole seminar to be quite success. Let all the experts share their views and the new findings, whatever the researchers, whatever the clinicians, as I am told by here in the speech of the president, that physicians are there, some teaching experts are there, researchers are there. So there is quite diversified participants are there. They will share their views, and I hope that all the participants will update their knowledge in terms of research development in the traditional medicines and Ayurveda in particular, and other systems of medicines who are participating. And definitely they will go back with the take-home message that yes, this is the new development and how they can utilize in their practice of all this new research in Ayurveda and traditional system of medicines. I thank again the organizer for giving me an opportunity to share my views, and I wish all success for the present seminar. Thank you.
E vamos ouvir mais um convidado importante deste congresso, o Sr. Presidente da Comunidade Hindu de Portugal, Dr. Manuel Mulgi, que muito gentilmente ofereceu o Templo Hindu para a realização deste congresso e para o qual estamos profundamente agradecidos. And we are going to listen to another important guest of this Congress, the President of Hindu Community of Portugal, Dr. Manuel Mulgi, who very gently offered the temple for this Congress, and we are so thankful. Thank you.
todos. É com imensa honra que a comunidade hindu recebe este primeiro Congresso Internacional da Ayurveda aqui nas nossas instalações. Não imaginam a felicidade e o prazer também que nos concederam por essa escolha. Espero que tenham uma jornada desses próximos 3 dias muito proveitoso para vocês e para nós também será pela divulgação também das nossas instalações. Espero que as nossas instalações sejam convenientes para vocês e que tenham bastante proveito. Muito obrigado e até a próxima, então.
A próxima apresentação será online e teremos o prazer de ver e ouvir o Dr. Amarjit Brahma, do Grupo Parlamentar de todos os partidos sobre ciências tradicionais indianas. The next presentation will be online and we will have the pleasure to seeing and hearing Dr. Amarjit Brahma from the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Tradition Sciences. Thank you. Nós temos que seguir à frente porque o Dr. Amarjit ainda não está online, portanto estas coisas acontecem, portanto vamos passar ao próximo palestrante. Portanto, continuamos com o nosso alinhamento para o dia de hoje. Já a seguir tenho o prazer de vos anunciar ao representante federal das terapias não convencionais, Pedro Serra Matos. And we are going to continuing with the presentations by our illustrious speakers. Next, I have the pleasure to introducing the Federal Representative for Unconventional Therapies, Pedro Serra Matos. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu tinha feito um discurso em português que vou seguir para cumprir aquilo que falámos um pouco no grupo. Muito bem-vindos, muito obrigado por nos terem convidado ao Conselho Nacional de Terapêuticas Não Convencionais para estarmos aqui presentes. Quero dar uma palavra de apreço à Presidente Daniela Paleta da Amayur e a todo o trabalho que têm vindo a desenhar em conjunto com o país para podermos ter este Conselho Nacional de Terapêuticas Não Convencionais em prol, tal como disse no seu discurso de abertura, apenas uma saúde e uma forma de trabalhar o mundo em busca dessa mesma saúde numa partilha interprofissional centrada no paciente. Eu sou especialista em medicina tradicional chinesa e estou na função de representação do Conselho Nacional, mas também sou presidente do Colégio de Medicina Tradicional Chinesa de Portugal e o nosso objetivo é partilhar e estar junto da comunidade que trata e cuida diariamente a nossa população em busca de uma saúde comum, o bem-estar de todos em todos os seus aspectos. Este Congresso tem uma importância particular para o mundo da Ayurveda, que está dentro do Conselho Nacional de Terapêuticas Não Convencionais, quando representada por os seus naturopatas e detentores de cédula de fitoterapia e naturopatia. A regulamentação nesta área tardou, mas chegou. E há uma pessoa nesta sala que teve um papel bastante importante e pertinente para que nós consigamos estar hoje com a regulamentação, e é o Dr. Pedro Ribeiro da Silva, que está sentado ali em cima, a qual eu quero que saiba que tem todo o meu respeito pessoal e profissional. Em busca de uma saúde centrada na pessoa, com uma componente preventiva, e é isso que as nossas áreas não convencionais têm como primeira intervenção. O futuro está à nossa frente, não sabemos a que porto chegaremos, mas, tal como Vasco da Gama, em 1498, aportou na cidade indiana de Calicut, se estiver a pronunciar mal, peço desculpa, mas ultrapassando o Cabo da Boa Esperança e encontrando um país que seria, ou que é, a Índia. O Conselho Nacional de Terapêuticas Não Convencionais é uma instituição sem fins lucrativos, independente do Estado, livre, autónomo na representação das terapêuticas não convencionais, reguladas pela Lei 45/2003. São elas a quiroprática, a osteopatia, a acupuntura, medicina chinesa, fitoterapia e naturopatia. Grande parte destes praticantes estão dentro do mundo da Ayurveda, representados, como falei, na cédula de fitoterapia e naturopatia. Os propósitos que nos reguiam enquanto um grupo que promove e pretende ter união e desenvolvimento para Portugal são a promoção e a defesa dos seus associados, os profissionais das diversas áreas terapêuticas não convencionais, pretende cooperar e colaborar com o Estado e os serviços de saúde para uma saúde pública ampla e centrada no paciente. Pretende também zelar pela função social e defender a dignidade e o prestígio dos profissionais que escolhem ter uma carreira nestas profissões. Com este espírito de união, os profissionais destas áreas devem desenvolver, assim como aqui hoje está a ser representado, um discurso interprofissional, onde todos contribuem para a construção de uma melhor saúde. Em resumo, explicarei o que é a estrutura do Conselho Nacional de Terapêuticas Não Convencionais e cada terapêutica não convencional tem um colégio. Esse colégio está representado no Conselho Executivo, onde também um presidente, vice-presidente, secretário e tesoureiro constroem um grupo de 11 elementos que tendem ao desenvolvimento e ao cumprimento dos princípios por mim referidos anteriormente. Muitos departamentos já estão definidos, como a investigação, a educação, a comunicação, entre outros, serão desenvolvidos em conjunto, um conjunto de uma força de uns profissionais determinados a zelar pelo bom nome e pelas boas práticas, tal como referenciado anteriormente, com base na educação, investigação e uma melhor comunicação em prol de uma saúde comum e centrada no futuro. A Organização Mundial de Saúde tem em marcha uma estratégia para os próximos 10 anos, onde o foco da medicina tradicional é o centro do seu plano de desenvolvimento. A medicina Ayurveda será usada no próximo desenvolvimento do do International Code of Disease número 11, que será usado TM2 for Ayurveda Medicine, e esse é o nosso objetivo, caminhar juntos numa melhor construção. Quero terminar dizendo que, de acordo com o que nos espera, o futuro é próspero. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção. Eu estarei à inteira disposição se alguma dúvida existir e desejo a todos um ótimo congresso. Muito obrigado.
Bom, não é. O Dr. Amarjit ainda não está online, portanto ainda não o vamos poder ouvir. Vamos passar à próxima intervenção e vamos ver um vídeo online do Dr. Subhash e da Dra. Sunanda Hanad, Presidente e Vice-Presidente, respectivamente, da Academia Internacional de Ayurveda. And the next intervention, we will once again be online recording by Dr. Subhash and Dr. Sunanda Ranade, President and Vice President, respectively, of the International Academy of Ayurveda. Thank you.
Namaste. Myself, Vaidya Professor Subhash Ranade. I am the Chairman of International Academy of Ayurveda, Pune, India.
Namaste. Myself, Vaidya Sunanda Ranade, Vice Chairman of the International Academy of India, Pune.
We are very happy to talk to all the delegates, speakers of the first International Conference on Integrative Medicine organized by Amayur, Portugal.
We have the connection with the Amayur since last 10 years.
We were very much associated with Joaquin George, who is the founder president of Amayur, and the International Academy of Ayurveda has deputed many physicians to Portugal for the propagation of Ayurveda. Myself and my wife Dr. Sunanda, we also have visited Portugal several times for giving lectures at Amayur and other important Ayurvedic institutes in Portugal.
We have also given the lectures in international conferences and other conferences in Portugal, which were arranged by the Joaquin.
The concept of organizing integrative international conference is very good, because the word integrative means combination of conventional therapies, that is drugs and surgery, with the complementary medicines like Ayurveda, yoga, transcendental meditation, physiotherapy, phytotherapy, etc. So the concept here is extremely good. It's because it gives you the wider concept, the wider authority for all those speakers who are coming from different parts of the world.
We like to thank Gabriela, who is doing all the work of this conference, and she is looking after all the project. We are very happy to give the thanks to Gabriela, and also we are giving the good wishes for the conference, which will run very smoothly, we hope so.
We are glad that there are almost 70 speakers who have come for this particular conference to give lectures to the audience of hundreds of students and physicians on various subjects, and we are quite sure that the delegates attending the conference will get a feast of knowledge of different pathies at one place.
Our International Academy also have deputed many doctors there who will give the lectures, and all the attending the conference, the people who are attending the conference, they will have the good knowledge about Ayurveda and its concept clearly.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Subhash e Sunanda Ranade. Vamos passar já ao online. Temos o Dr. Roguet, que nos irá transmitir a mensagem dele. And the next intervention will also by online by Dr. José Roguet. Thank you.
Namaste. I'm very happy to come to this conference. I think all of you knows how much I would like to stay there personally with you, but it's not possible in this time. Felicitações a todos os organizadores do Congresso, a todos os nossos amigos, palestrantes, aos professores. Nós estamos muito orgulhosos de ver como o desenvolvimento do Ayurveda em Portugal, levando a culminar com esse congresso, que pela primeira vez traz também as práticas integrativas conectadas ao sistema de saúde. Nos últimos anos, o Ayurveda teve um desenvolvimento extraordinário no mundo. O apoio do governo da Índia, o apoio do Ministério Ayush e o reconhecimento da importância dos sistemas naturais tem sido de grande valor. E isso culminou com o período pós-pandemia. E durante a pandemia, quando o Ayurveda do Covid-19, quando o Ayurveda teve um papel fundamental em mostrar que a resistência individual é mais importante do que desenvolver novos agentes antivirais, antifúngicos, antibacterianos. A imunidade, a resistência. E esse é o tema que o Ayurveda focou durante os últimos 3.000 anos, o aumento dessa resistência individual. O apoio da Organização Mundial da Saúde também promovendo os sistemas naturais e, em especial, o Ayurveda. Com a criação, agora, do Instituto de Pesquisas na Índia, no estado de Gujarat, envolvendo todos os sistemas naturais, todas as medicinas tradicionais, que de fato tem um papel fundamental. Nós temos trabalhado em pesquisas mostrando as evidências científicas do Ayurveda, e isso é fundamental para que o Ayurveda se estabeleça nos sistemas de saúde em todo o mundo. Nós temos trabalhado, por exemplo, estamos organizando um programa e o Dr. Sukumar Sardeshmukh certamente está aí presente com vocês, do Atharva Ayurveda, e nós estamos organizando um programa de pesquisa em câncer e Ayurveda. Também pesquisas no campo da paralisia cerebral, o grande benefício que o Ayurveda pode trazer, produzindo mapas de evidências científicas baseado em trabalhos de revisão para mostrar os níveis de evidência científica que o Ayurveda já conseguiu produzir em trabalhos científicos. Foi mencionado na palestra anterior à nossa sobre os ICD-11, ou CID-11, o Código Internacional de Doenças, no qual o Ayurveda está agora inserido como TM2. Isso vai trazer um benefício extraordinário de nós podermos codificar todas as ações do Ayurveda realizadas em todo o mundo. E, com isso, avaliar o desenvolvimento, as melhoras das condições das pessoas. O Ayurveda tem 2 grandes campos de atuação, prioritariamente no mundo, 2 grandes espaços que estão não bem ocupados pelo nosso sistema moderno, vigente. Um é prevenção. Nós temos uma imensa capacidade de prevenção através do Ayurveda, para modificar esse aumento assustador da mortalidade e morbidade que as doenças chamadas de não codificação obrigatória ou não divulgação obrigatória, como as doenças crônicas não infecciosas, como, por exemplo, o infarto agudo do miocárdio, que mata uma pessoa por segundo no mundo, o câncer, que mata milhares e milhares de pessoas todos os anos, além da morbidade imensa. E para essas doenças, a prevenção é fundamental. E a prevenção se faz basicamente com alimentação correta, exercício físico adequado e estado mental positivo. E isso é o que o Ayurveda traz associado ao yoga para o benefício da sociedade. E o outro campo é exatamente o tratamento das doenças crônicas degenerativas. Então, há um imenso campo de trabalho para todos nós, a regulamentação do Ayurveda em todos os países, o apoio do governo da Índia através das embaixadas e das grandes instituições. Vocês veem a própria presença do Dr. Rabinarayana, que é o diretor do Conselho Nacional da Índia, que trata exatamente de pesquisas científicas aqui nesse congresso. Tudo isso, então, abre um campo promissor daquilo que já está muito bem estabelecido aí em Portugal. Nos últimos 20 anos eu tenho tido a honra de acompanhar todo esse desenvolvimento e fico muito feliz de ver essa maturidade em que o Ayurveda atingiu em Portugal. Agradeço muito o convite, fico muito feliz de estar aqui. Aqui eu vejo, por exemplo, alguns de vocês pela imagem do meu computador. Aqui presente o Amadio Bianchi, Namastê, que vai falar com vocês em breve. Eu vi também o Tino, grande amigo, sim, um dos fundadores de todo esse projeto do Ayurveda em Portugal e do Yoga. Joaquim Jorge, toda a equipe da Mayur, agora presidida pela Gabriela, que faz um trabalho extraordinário, mas nós sabemos que atrás disso há toda uma equipe silenciosamente trabalhando para que tudo funcione perfeitamente bem. Então, namastê a todos, que tenham um feliz congresso e logo nós estaremos conversando com vocês novamente nos próximos dias. Muito obrigado.
Nós é que agradecemos. Um grande namastê para o Dr. Roguet, pelas sábias palavras com que nos dirige sempre e que é sempre muito amável. O próximo discurso será de Mark Rosenberg and the next speech will be by Mr. Rosenberg. Thank you.
Yeah, namaste all together. First of all, I really like to congratulate Amayur for organizing this congress. Gabriela Paleta, I know you now a little better, and I have really seen how much, from your heart and energy you put into organizing this congress. It's impressive, and we were all much looking forward. And for me, it's actually the second Congress, because the last year I was here, and that time it was Joachim George in charge, and I think both of you really managing the Ayurveda Congress and Amayur. For us, it's really an association that brings Ayurveda forward here in Europe. My greetings here are from the Ayurveda. It is the umbrella association in Germany. And Gabriela asked me to just speak some words. And when I thought about it, is one sentence or one saying that came in my mind. The saying is that alone one can move fast, but together we can move far. And this counts in many aspects. On one side, we have to bring the forces together. Especially for Ayurveda, this is much important. We are really small. We are not big. We are maybe one of the smallest association of traditional systems of medicine. But we are strong and we are here to really share with many, many seekers and with patients that there is a system that helps and that can heal you and that can also show you an art of living. And with that, we have to bring the forces together. We tried this since many years in Germany, and we were successful with establishing what we call the German Ayurveda Umbrella Association, that collected together 5 different associations and around about 15 schools, as well as production companies, importers, all together in one umbrella. And we found this is a great thing. It was not easy, and we all there needed to understand that moving together means moving and bringing Ayurveda more far. The same I experienced in Switzerland. I will tell you a bit tomorrow about that also there, the different methods of therapy, the different traditional systems have to come together to bring our small Ayurveda forward in a bigger sense. We alone, in the Ayurveda small group, cannot, move the thing alone. It's impossible when it comes to the, framework in Europe. But uniting the forces might give us a chance to bring more accreditation to this traditional system. That does not mean that we have to shorten Ayurveda in any way. But we have to understand that we are small, that's all. And this is actually what you do with this Congress here, You're bringing these forces together. That is what you mentioned, Gabriela, that there is not only Ayurveda here, we are coming together with all the other methods and systems of traditional and complementary medicine. And I think this is a very good idea, as we have experienced the same, that, making a big family that will be convincing for the authorities to bring the whole idea of a more holistic and a more wide thinking for health in our modern health system. And Ayurveda, I think, for us, of course, is one of the most important systems, maybe the most important system that is missing in the modern world. And with that, I'm looking forward to this Congress. I hope that we will have a lot of great inputs, and that we will be inspired by also the other systems, but also by our fantastic speakers from India. Those I'm happy to see here. And thanks again for Amayur for organizing this Congress. Thank you very much. Before I forget, because I was in India just actually yesterday morning I started. And the day before yesterday I met the Secretary Ayush in the Ministry of Ayush, and I spoke also with Manoj Nesri, who is advisor there. And with both I spoke also about this Amayur Congress. And they mentioned, yes, we are aware of that. We would have loved to come to send somebody, to tribute somebody, but it is a little bit too late. It came in last moment, so they couldn't, support on that side. But this little thing I can convey, that it has become aware, also up to this highest level there at the Ministry of Ayush. And there was one saying that in India now, maybe Europe is a great example that to move Ayurveda forwards, and in India it's not happening. No, sorry. It is fantastic what we can see in India when it comes to the development of Ayurveda in the moment. It is really impressive. And the most beautiful thing that I experienced there in India is now with the students of Ayurveda. Just when I visited Tilak Ayurveda College, because there was a student group of us learning there, I had the chance to speak with the first batch of the Bachelor of Ayurveda Medicine students, and to see their energy and their enthusiasm for Ayurveda is unique. And I can say that because I have experienced that for many, many years. And nowadays, the students of Ayurveda in India, they feel that, yes, we are doing something that has a real future. And they do not feel that this is their second level. They feel proud of now studying Ayurveda. This is a new momentum of and for Ayurveda in India. And it is really nice to feel that. And I wish that this, energy and wind is also being received here in Europe. Thank you very much.
Bom, vamos continuar nesta nossa tarde de abertura e já a seguir vamos ouvir o discurso do professor Shiv Kumar Singh, do Centro de Estudos Indianos da Faculdade de Letras da Universidade de Lisboa. Next speech by Professor Shiv Kumar Singh, the Center of Indian Studies at the Faculty of Letters, the University of Lisbon. Thank you.
Okay. So, first of all, boa tarde, namaskar, and muito obrigado por ter me convidado para falar sobre saúde integrativa. E a minha intervenção é mais do ponto de vista da academia, e pronto, mas em primeiro lugar, muito obrigado à Presidente da Amayur, a doutora Gabriela, e também o honorário Presidente, Dr. Joaquim, representante da Embaixada da Índia, a doutora Asha Anthony, e também my fellow speakers in this panel, e all the students from different parts of the Portugal. Okay. So when we talk about integrative health system, and it has been becoming very important, and what is integrative health? Okay, this is not a ir para frente. Okay. O PowerPoint é tão bonito que não quero ir à frente. Okay, so what we try to bring in integrative health system that balance between body, mind and soul, and as the name, como o nome próprio indica, Ayurveda, não é? Então é um conhecimento sobre longevidade. Então nós temos que ter as três partes em harmonia, não é? O corpo, alma e mente, ok? Não está? Ok, sim. Então, para falar sobre Integrative Health, a saúde integrativa, não é? Tinha que arranjar alguma definição, então por acaso calhou este professor Meg Jordan, e ele o que está a dizer que Integrative Health is an individualized model of promoting wellness that uses evidence-based strategies to reduce disease risk by adjusting lifestyle behaviors. Então, palavra-chave é aqui os comportamentos relacionados com a nossa vida, não é? E isto agora é uma coisa que está a ser muito destacada no mundo todo, no Ocidente e no Oriente também. E um grande exemplo de um grande cientista, e todos conhecemos, não é? E conhecemos a história da vida dele. Então, Steve Hawkins, grande cientista, e aos 21 anos ele teve um acidente e os médicos disseram que nos próximos 3 anos ele ia falecer. Então quer dizer, ele devia ter falecido em 65, 6, não é? Mas ele vai viver até 2018, então ele vai viver quase 76 anos. Claro que a história é muito complexa e muita coisa, mas uma coisa que a partir da qual ele consegue viver, sobreviver e contribuir para a academia, contribuir para a ciência, é através da capacidade mental. Então isto também é muito importante. E hoje em dia nós reconhecemos que o nosso corpo também é influenciado pelo nosso pensamento, pela nossa mente, né? Então, há muitas coisas que vamos discutir, ouvir e falar ao longo de 2-3 dias, ok? E eu não sou tão especialista neste tema, mas muito obrigado por ter-me convidado e pronto, muito obrigado e boas sessões. Muito obrigado.
E já a seguir passamos ao próximo convidado, que é o Dr. Pedro Ribeiro da Silva. Next speech by Dr. Pedro Ribeiro da Silva. Thank you.
Muito boa tarde, agradeço muito à Presidente da Amayur, Gabriela Paleta, o convite. E também agradeço ao Dr. Pedro Serra de Matos, Presidente do Conselho da Medicina Tradicional Chinesa, do Conselho Nacional das Terapêuticas Não Convencionais, a simpatia, e fez-me lembrar que a lei das terapêuticas não convencionais foi feita em 2003, a professora Diolinda fez parte, com a restante equipa, da feitura dessa lei, mas depois a lei não era completada, então avançou-se com uma regulamentação em 2011 e na altura o Ayurveda não fazia parte da lei, então a forma que encontramos de possibilitar às pessoas que estudavam em Ayurveda, enquanto não houvesse uma lei que legalizasse o Ayurveda em Portugal, era considerar que, pelos seus conhecimentos de fitoterapia, podiam ter uma cédula. E então tivemos esse cuidado, colocámos na lei essa possibilidade, mas, entretanto, criaram-se novas dificuldades. E é nesse sentido que eu gostava de dizer algumas palavras, que é o seguinte. Portanto, neste momento, estamos com algumas dificuldades, não só relativamente às áreas que fazem parte da lei, porque só apenas 2 áreas foram legalizadas em termos de cursos oficiais, portanto as outras 5 nunca tiveram cursos oficiais, portanto nunca saíram do regime transitório, e o que eu quero dizer com isto é o seguinte, temos que continuar a avançar. E portanto fico muito satisfeito de ver que há novos elementos a conseguir levar para a frente esta batalha que nós começámos antes. É preciso sempre novo sangue. O Pedro Serra de Matos é um dos elementos, há com certeza outros, e portanto, relativamente a às áreas que estão na lei, não há dúvida que temos que continuar, somente agora com 2025 e com a lei que termina nesse prazo, temos que fazer alterações para que as coisas avancem. Relativamente ao Ayurveda, como é natural, é preciso pô-lo na lei. E, portanto, temos aqui outra batalha e, tal como já foi falado, se nós trabalharmos todos em conjunto, vamos ser mais fortes. E, por isso, eu penso que as áreas que estão na lei podem dar uma ajuda muito importante para o Ayurveda ser colocado também ou nessa lei, ou numa lei à parte, mas, portanto, para ser legalizado. Porque, se falarmos então em integração, não há dúvida que, se em vez de serem 7, forem 8 modelos, ou eventualmente depois outros modelos também, é fundamental. E, nesse sentido, eu queria agradecer e dar os parabéns não só à Gabriela Paleta, mas também a toda a direção da Amayur, porque vocês têm feito um trabalho fenomenal. Por exemplo, na comemoração dos 20 anos da Amayur, que foi em 17 de fevereiro, foi uma cerimónia muito bonita, foi muito interessante, viu-se a energia que vocês trazem para estes eventos e é fundamental continuar nesse sentido. E, portanto, já agora, além da Gabriela Paleta, gostava de falar da Cláudia Rocha, da Sara Fonseca, da Joana Rodrigues e do António Rocha. Depois também há os outros elementos que fazem parte da direção, portanto, do Conselho Fiscal, da Assembleia Geral, mas estes são aqueles que neste momento vão levar para a frente os 20 anos que terminaram em 17 de fevereiro. Eu já me voluntariei para ajudar a doutora Gabriela Paleta, já lhe disse que o que precisar de mim pode contar. Eu penso que é importante que todos aqueles que puderem dar um pouco de contribuição ou de ajuda à Amayur deverão fazê-lo, porque com certeza que a Gabriela e a direção apenas sozinhos não vão conseguir levar este barco a bom porto. Mas já agora, e para terminar, é interessante que para que as coisas corram bem é preciso ter muita atenção aos pormenores. Os pormenores muitas vezes são fundamentais e no Amayur com certeza que é assim. E portanto, já aconteceu isso nos 20 anos, mas agora é igual. O programa é lindíssimo e como nós sabemos, uma das fontes de energia que nós individualmente podemos ter, para além da alimentação, do sono, da respiração, etc., é com a componente do belo, da beleza, do estético. E este verde com este amarelo dourado é lindíssimo, mas depois todos os pormenores foram tidos em conta, não é? Se virmos, os cadeirões são da mesma cor, a toalha é da mesma cor, as t-shirts, está tudo lindíssimo. E eu penso que Gabriela e a direção, dou-vos os parabéns, é fenomenal. Eu penso que devem continuar e contem comigo para o que for preciso. Muito obrigado.
Visto que a direção não está aqui toda presente, eu queria agradecer ao Dr. Pedro, portanto, todos os elogios que nos fez, e de facto acho que está tudo assim como ele retratou aqui e agora, é porque estamos todos de coração a fazer aquilo que fazemos, com muito gosto, e para que o Ayurveda em Portugal cresça e atinja sempre mais e mais pessoas para o pé de nós. Muito obrigado. Bom, passamos já ao próximo convidado, professor Dr. Carlos Ventura, da Associação Nacional de Fitoterapia. Our next guest, Professor Dr. Carlos Ventura, of National Association of Phytotherapy. Thank you. Não está? Bom, parece que não está, então passamos ao próximo. O próximo convidado, então, vai estar online. O nome é Amadeo Bianchi, Swami Suryananda Swarasati, Presidente da Federação Europeia de Yoga. The next guest will be online and is Amadeo Bianchi, Swami Suryananda Swarasati, President of the European Yoga Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, Wall. Thank you, President Gabriela Palletta, to invite me, to consider me part of your family. It's an honor. As some of you know, I have dedicated myself to the practice and study of yoga and Ayurveda for over 50 years. And I am committed to keeping these two disciplines united, which in my opinion are indispensable to each other. They are the daughter of same mother, an interpretation of nature known as Samkhya, a dual vision in which it is stated that life derives from the presence of a physical part and non-physical part, and that death is the separation of these two principles. Both yoga and Ayurveda, therefore, work to keep these two principles united in harmony and in health. And they would like to avoid, as in some cases, especially in the West, encouraging the existence of human beings who are like walking dead for having chosen to separate, as in death, these two principles by identifying only on the material, physical aspect. As you well know, among other things, illness often originates in the non-physical part and can have roots in the emotional, mental, or even in the spiritual one. I just wanted to remind myself, and consequently those who had the patience to listen to me. Thank you for giving me your attention. Thank you. Namaste.
Então parece que já temos o Dr. Amarjit online, portanto vamos passar a ver a apresentação dele, pelo qual agradecemos a sua presença. Thank you. Parece que o Dr. Amarjit saiu outra vez. Portanto, vamos passar ao próximo convidado, que é o professor Amândio Figueiredo, presidente da Federação Portuguesa de Yoga. The next guest is Amândio Figueiredo, president of the Portuguese Yoga Federation. Obrigado.
Muito boa tarde, namaskar. In the name of the Portuguese Yoga Federation, I thank Amayur, Joaquim Jorge, Gabriela Paleta, to invite the Portuguese Yoga Federation to be here and talk about Ayurveda. Eu agradeço a Joaquim Jorge, à Amayur e à Presidente Gabriela Paleta o ter convidado a Federação Portuguesa de Yoga para este evento. Everything that we can say about Ayurveda has been said here. Mark, everybody said, the representative of the Indian embassy. The only thing that we can do is that the fact that we have to do in Portugal is connect with the law and put Ayurveda as an independent medicine as the others 5 are now. We have to put together our force to put the Ayurveda as is important preventive and curative presence of life and respect to the planet and to the alternative climates that we are suffering now. It's natural with the nature, is natural with the immunity of our body. Nós temos que pôr a parte da Ayurveda na ligação da sua importância com a natureza, naquilo em que nós vamos vendo que o esforço que existe na prática da Ayurveda com respeito da natureza e aumentando a nossa capacidade de imunidade. There are a lot of practices that we can do with Ayurveda in our food that we eat every day, and the immunity that is connected with Ayurveda yoga, and the practice of yoga therapy that is very important. From these 20 years that I'm doing that, I have helped a lot of people to the living better without chemicals. Ao longo destes 20 anos, a experiência que tenho tido no trabalho da Ayurveda e com yogoterapia tem ajudado muitas pessoas a viverem naturalmente, sem ter que recorrer aos químicos. I have to say that this is a special day too, not only for Ayurveda, but to the International Day of Women, that I bring my respect. And thank you very much for this moment. Eu também faço uma vénia ao Dia Internacional da Mulher, que hoje coincide com este momento, e até um breve encontro. We must do together with all integrative others medicines to put one place, maybe one point in the center to have the departments different. devemos fazer um ponto central de todas as terapêuticas não convencionais para que haja departamentos e a força seja maior. Namaskar, thank you very much. Next, saiu errado.
Já está ótimo. Muito obrigada, professor. É um prazer.
Parece que ainda não é agora que vamos ver o Dr. Amarjit, está difícil. De maneira que o próximo ilustre convidado já quase dispensa apresentações. Eu acho por tudo aquilo que... ok. Então, parece que é agora. O Dr. Amarjit vai entrar online e vai fazer a sua apresentação. Obrigado.
For giving me this opportunity to join you. I'm so sorry that I couldn't join you in person there in Lisbon. I'm actually out here in Switzerland at the moment, which was something that I had booked for some time back. So extremely happy to see the organization, organizing this mammoth conference in Portugal, and I'm delighted to support you in every way that I possibly can. And I just really want to share some instances of the work that we have been doing with the All Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences in England. So after a gap of almost 3 years, after Brexit, we were invited back into the EU Parliament last month, where we had a very exciting, very enriching meeting with certain European members of Parliament. And I think they are terribly excited about the research study that is going on in the UK regarding ashwagandha and long COVID, which is supported by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and headed by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And I think there seems to be a very good interest in the European Union, in Europe in general, to be part of that study. So we're looking at cultivating additional connections through universities in the EU and other sort of medical schools who potentially can be part of future programs of this nature. And secondly, I think we really have a wonderful opportunity through this platform that has been created there in the EU Parliament for associations like the Portuguese Ayurveda Association and like the German organizations and Austrians and everybody else to please come together and to speak with one voice and to have your presence recognized, and so that we are seen to be one and we are seen to be working all together, and so we have our priorities, and so we are investing our time in something that should be a priority for our community. So invitations were sent out to many organizations and associations and individuals, and I'm pleased to let you know that we had 15 European Union, and in fact also participation from Switzerland as well as the United Kingdom, and we had over 50 members of our fraternity who attended this meeting. So my humble request to our family who are united here today and tomorrow and during this conference is to come together and to try and put together our position statement on what is it that the Ayurveda community is seeking. from our politicians. But they can come to us. All these politicians from various parties, whether you're in Portugal or Spain, Germany, United Kingdom, they come to us and they seek our vote. What are they giving us in return? So as a community, as a fraternity, it's very good, remarkable that there's so much work that the Ayurveda community is doing in terms of teaching and offering treatment and offering tuition. That's sort of within our sort of structure, but we also need to understand what is our position, what is our global position, what is the position of Ayurveda in terms of history and in the workplace. We have wonderful support from the Ministry of Ayush and Government of India, and also from the Ministry of Integrated Medicine and the Government of Sri Lanka. So we have all the key organizations and key stakeholders who are with us. So we really need to push through and drive some sort of policy that regulates us, so that we are acknowledged and we're regulated like all other medical systems. So really grateful to Gabrielle, whose unstinting work has made this conference possible. And I want to also thank my dear friend, Dr. Joaquim, under whose guidance she has worked so tirelessly to put this wonderful convention, and look forward to supporting you in every way that I possibly can. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Doutora Margite. Bem, e como eu estava a dizer há pouco, o próximo ilustre convidado quase que dispensa apresentações por tudo aquilo que representa no Ayurveda em Portugal e que fez até aqui. É o Presidente da Assembleia Geral da Amayur e chama-se Joaquim Jorge. The next special guest almost needs no introduction for all that represents in Ayurveda in Portugal. He is the President of Amayur General Assembly and his name is Joaquim Jorge. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. Muito obrigada, Gabriela, por me ter convidado para este congresso. Fico orgulhoso de hoje ver aqui tantos convidados honoráveis e amigos de longa data que têm acompanhado neste sonho que começou há 30 anos comigo, por causa de um livro sobre a Ayurveda que despoltou uma faísca dentro do meu coração e senti que seria a medicina para a humanidade. Apresento aqui a Cristina, que vai fazer a tradução para mim. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Gabriela, for the invitation. This is a big honor, and I'm very happy to see here all my friends and very distinct personalities on Ayurveda today. So I'm doing my best to translate for Joaquim during this moment.
Okay. Começo por agradecer também aos meus pais e também por tudo que eles me ensinaram e os valores que eles me deram, assim que também ao meu professor José Goguet, que criou os primeiros pilares e fundamentos do Ayurveda para eu, junto com os meus alunos, que me obrigaram a estudar cada vez mais para hoje chegar onde cheguei sobre o Ayurveda.
So I begin to thank my parents for everything that they taught me and all the values that they give me. And I also thank my teacher, Dr. José Roguet, which was the first one to teach me about Ayurveda. And also I would like to thank to all my students because they make me study even more, so I could transmit all my best knowledge to them.
Também gostava de expressar aqui uns parabéns à Amayur, não é? A alegria que eu hoje sinto no meu coração de 20 anos, já somos maiores de idade, não é? É um feito louvável, E parabéns a todos os que partilharam este caminho, porque este caminho não sou eu, tive muita gente invisível atrás de mim para me suportar e segurar, assim como o Amando e outros que ajudaram a chegar onde a Amayur hoje está.
I would like to congratulate Amayur for the 20 years. This has been a long way. And also I would like to congratulate and thank all the persons that helped me to bring Amayur to where it is today, okay? Like Amandio and all other persons that helped.
Bom, a tarde já vai longa e eu não quero saturar-vos mais com muita conversa, mas gostava de deixar aqui algumas questões que eu acho relevantes para o futuro da medicina toda, não só a nossa medicina, as não convencionais, como também toda a medicina alopática atualmente.
We are already at the middle of the afternoon, and I don't want to take too long, but I would like to give to reflect with you about some questions, not only about the non-conventional therapies, but also about the allopathic medicine.
Atualmente, o mundo debate-se com problemas graves, principalmente nos sistemas de saúde. Embora cada vez se formem mais profissionais, estes são insuficientes para satisfazer a procura. Assim como a despesa pública com a saúde tem vindo a aumentar cada vez mais, sendo quase que um poço sem fundo, onde absorve todo o dinheiro que se gera.
Nowadays, we're having serious problems with the health systems. Although there are many health professionals that are being formed and licensed every year, they seem not to be enough for all the sick people that there is at the moment. Also, the public expenses with the health is been increasing each year.
Por outro lado, o público manifesta-se cada vez mais insatisfeito com a medicina convencional e o seu atendimento demorado de meses de espera para uma consulta. Este faz com que muitas pessoas também procurem este NC, estes sistemas demorados e a falta de resposta a muitas das doenças.
On the other hand, the public is also dissatisfied with the allopathic medicine because they have to wait too long for treatment or for a consultation. So this makes that people look for the non-conventional medicines.
Podemos colocar aqui várias perguntas. O porquê de cada vez haver mais doentes? Se a medicina atual diz que nunca esteve tão avançada e tão eficaz como a gente vê hoje, o porquê de haver cada vez mais doença?
So we can make several questions. Why is it that there are more sick people each day? If the allopathic medicine was never as advanced as it is today, and it's also more effective. So why is it that people are getting more sick each day?
Talvez devemos repensar o que se está a praticar. Penso que a palavra de ordem seria prevenção. Dedicar uma disciplina nas escolas, no ensino, sobre a prática, alimentação, higiene e exercício nas escolas. Esta seria a palavra de ordem para ter prevenção na saúde.
So maybe we need to rethink the politics that has been done. I think that would be very important for prevention that schools would have a specific class to teach children about nutrition, hygiene and exercise. So this could help to improve prevention in schools.
Por outro lado, vemos também em artigos e publicações e nos meios de comunicação uma tentativa de desacreditar cada vez todas as medicinas não convencionais. E isto não é só em Portugal, é também no mundo inteiro. Temos de nos perguntar de que têm medo, o que é que se passa?
So, on the other hand, there are a lot of articles in the media that try to discredit non-conventional medicines. And this happens all over the world, not only in Portugal. So I ask, why are they so afraid?
Justificam dizendo que tem de haver comprovação científica. Será que algum laboratório está interessado em demonstrar resultados de uma planta que qualquer pessoa pode adquirir no seu quintal?
So they say that we need to have scientific comproval. But I ask, is there any laboratory that is interested in showing the results of a plant that everybody can find in their backyard?
Este estudo da fitoterapia deveria ser uma prioridade do governo para que o bem-estar e melhor da saúde populacional do nosso povo e que não estar ao serviço das grandes companhias cujo objetivo único é o lucro.
So this study should be a priority of any government that wants the best for its population and is not concerned with the big companies which are only interested in profit.
A minha resposta é a seguinte, que melhores provas pretendem que o uso de uma determinada planta ou medicina, como a Ayurveda, a medicina chinesa e outras que eu não refiro aqui mais, mas que posso, das TNC, que são usadas há milhares e milhares de anos de uma forma eficaz e sem efeitos negativos.
So my response is the following. Which better proofs do you want, if not the use of a plant or a medicine like Ayurveda or traditional medicine or other that are used for thousands of years effectively and without any negative effects?
No momento em que tanto se fala de ecologia, a própria Organização Mundial de Saúde recomenda que se deve dar prioridade aos medicamentos naturais e os governos deviam apostar mais e dar mais apoio às TNC, pois a pegada ecológica dos fitoterápicos é praticamente nula e os seus efeitos secundários são nulos completamente.
So, in a time that we speak so much about ecology, and the World Health Organization recommends that we should prioritize natural medicines, the governments should support the non-conventional therapies, because the ecological footprint of the phytotherapics, it's almost none, and the side effects are none.
Se olharmos para a Índia e a China, que são exemplos, que estão em franco desenvolvimento e com uma massa populacional de milhões, podemos perguntar por que não fecharam o ensino do Ayurveda? Por que é que não fecharam o ensino da medicina chinesa? Mas que lhe dão cada vez mais apoio e os envolvem cada vez mais.
So if we look at India or China, countries that are developed and that have millions and millions of people, we can ask why don't these countries they close the teaching of Ayurveda or traditional Chinese medicine? Why is it that they are giving it more and more support and they are developing it each day?
Eles chegaram simples, com uma conclusão muito simples. É que estas medicinas são baratas e sem efeitos secundários, não deixando as pessoas dependentes para o resto da vida de um fármaco.
Because they came to the conclusion that these medicines are cheap and have no negative effects. They don't leave people depending on a medicine for the rest of their lives.
Uma segunda parte também tem a ver com a educação. Não é? Atualmente fala-se muito da inteligência artificial e a sua aplicação na medicina, o que de alguma forma está a gerar alguma preocupação. Mas eu acho que devíamos estar mais preocupados com a escassez de inteligência natural e do que com a abundância da inteligência artificial.
Nowadays, we are speaking a lot about artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence application in medicine is somehow bringing some concern. But I think we should be more concerned in the lack of natural intelligence than in the increase of the artificial intelligence.
Há modo de alterar este sentido, que é ajudar as crianças a exprimir os seus lados criativos, terem mais contacto com o lado prático da vida, com a natureza e dar-lhes mais noções de dinacharya.
So we need to change teaching. We need to help the children to express their creative sides and to be more in contact with the practical side of life. We need to give children the knowledge about dinacharya.
Para concluir, não pretendo aqui, com as minhas palavras, denegrir a medicina convencional. Porque se caso eu tivesse um acidente, partisse uma perna, por favor, eu pedia logo para me levarem ao hospital, darem-me os antibióticos e todos os tratamentos que eu precisava. Mas unirmos as vontades, termos visões mais alargadas e mais nobres, de forma a criar uma medicina integrativa onde toda a população possa beneficiar.
Just for conclude, I want to say that I don't intend to speak badly about the allopathic medicine, because if I would have an accident and broke a leg, I would be the first one to ask, please take me to an hospital and give me medicines, including the antibiotics, because I would probably need them. But I am trying to say that we should all be united. We should have broadly and noble visions about health, so we could create an integrative medicine in which all the population would come out of it beneficiated.
Thank you.
Dr. Joaquim, com imenso, muito prazer, que lhe vou entregar esta recordação também. Muito obrigada. Obrigada.
Ora, é chegado o momento de fazermos uma pausa. Vamos para 30 minutos de intervalo. No entanto, não queria que fôssemos para intervalo sem dar aqui uma saudação muito especial a todas as mulheres que estão nesta sala, porque o dia hoje é vosso. It's time for a short 30 minutes coffee break. We'll be back to start the round table with more special guests talking about Ayurveda for integrative health in the 21st century. See you soon.
Planet Ayurveda presents Ashwagandha capsules, aids in managing stress effectively. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: efficient in immune deficiencies and autoimmune diseases, used as a mood stabilizer in clinical conditions of anxiety and depression, reduces oxidative stress which can cause mental fatigue, enhances stamina and energy levels, aids in treating degenerative and inflammatory disorders. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Ashwagandha capsules, aids in managing stress effectively. Order now at www.planetayurveda.com. Planet Ayurveda presents Brahmi capsules, the most efficient nervine tonic. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: maintains cognitive function and prevents cognitive impairment, enhances memory and learning, helps to calm restlessness, commonly used as an adjuvant to epileptic drugs, balances amino acid levels, which is beneficial in treating depression. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Brahmi capsules, the most efficient nervine tonic.
Planet Ayurveda.
Planet Ayurveda is a leading Ayurveda brand with a global presence, founded by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, MD Ayurveda. The company is GMP certified, US FDA registered, exports products worldwide. Planet Ayurveda is actually making it easy for people to live healthfully and happily in the most natural and Ayurvedic way. We select the right raw materials and herbs for manufacturing herbal products. All raw materials are rigorously tested for microbes, fungi, and heavy metals in our sophisticated labs. We yearn to make herbal wellness a part of every home in the world. We want to spread awareness about how to live healthier lives, not only from our medications, but also by sharing knowledge of Ayurveda. Visit us at www.planetayurveda.com. Planet Ayurveda presents Shilajit capsules, rejuvenate each and every cell of the body. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: Shilajit is rich in antioxidants that assist body in flushing out the endotoxins, helps to increase stamina and vigor, maintains a healthy body and a healthy mind. A very good aphrodisiac that improves male sexual health. Very beneficial for relieving stress and mind relaxation. Its active ingredients increase body's metabolism. Due to the rejuvenating property, it catalyzes the action of cell regeneration. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Shilajit capsules, rejuvenate each and every cell of the body. Order now at www.planetayurveda.com.
Where there is health, there is no place for disease. In Planet Ayurveda, we believe in the power of natural herbs. Our goal is to prepare powerful extracts and original Ayurvedic combinations to help our customers with their health problems. The quality and purity of the herbs used in our products is crucial. Planet Ayurveda searches for farms located in the mountains of the Himalayas, as herbs that are grown in the Himalayan mountains are richer in their chemical constituents as compared to those grown in the plains areas. These small family farms are mainly situated in the villages located in the foothills of Himachal Pradesh, India. Planet Ayurveda chooses suitable farms based on the quality of their herbs and plants. We always seek for 100% pure herbs that are grown naturally in a healthy environment. In the fields of the selected Planet Ayurveda farms, no chemical fertilizers or urea is used. They only use an organic compost that has been prepared from leaves or animal manure. They also do not use any kind of fertilizers. The herbs are grown naturally without the use of any insecticide or pesticide. Most of the labor is done manually, planting, clearing fields of weeds and harvesting, which has the added benefit in giving special care to the herbs and also work for the local people. The founder of Planet Ayurveda, Dr. Vikram Chauhan, is an experienced Ayurvedic doctor and specialist in phytotherapy who has immense knowledge about the natural growth of herbs. He also personally visits the various farms on a regular basis. Planet Ayurveda
Planet Ayurveda presents Ashwagandha capsules, aids in managing stress effectively. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: efficient in immune deficiencies and autoimmune diseases, used as a mood stabilizer in clinical conditions of anxiety and depression, reduces oxidative stress which can cause mental fatigue, enhances stamina and energy levels, aids in treating degenerative and inflammatory disorders. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Ashwagandha capsules, aids in managing stress effectively. Order now at www.planetayurveda.com. Planet Ayurveda presents Brahmi capsules, the most efficient nervine tonic. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: maintains cognitive function and prevents cognitive impairment, enhances memory and learning, helps to calm restlessness, commonly used as an adjuvant to epileptic drugs, balances amino acid levels, which is beneficial in treating depression. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Brahmi capsules, the most efficient nervine tonic.
Planet Ayurveda.
Planet Ayurveda is a leading Ayurveda brand with a global presence, founded by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, MD Ayurveda. The company is GMP certified, US FDA registered, exports products worldwide. Planet Ayurveda is actually making it easy for people to live healthfully and happily in the most natural and Ayurvedic way. We select the right raw materials and herbs for manufacturing herbal products. All raw materials are rigorously tested for microbes, fungi, and heavy metals in our sophisticated labs. We yearn to make herbal wellness a part of every home in the world. We want to spread awareness about how to live healthier lives, not only from our medications, but also by sharing knowledge of Ayurveda. Visit us at www.planetayurveda.com. Planet Ayurveda presents Shilajit capsules, rejuvenate each and every cell of the body. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: Shilajit is rich in antioxidants that assist body in flushing out the endotoxins, helps to increase stamina and vigor, maintains a healthy body and a healthy mind. A very good aphrodisiac that improves male sexual health. Very beneficial for relieving stress and mind relaxation. Its active ingredients increase body's metabolism. Due to the rejuvenating property, it catalyzes the action of cell regeneration. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Shilajit capsules, rejuvenate each and every cell of the body. Order now at www.planetayurveda.com.
Where there is health, there is no place for disease. In Planet Ayurveda, we believe in the power of natural herbs. Our goal is to prepare powerful extracts and original Ayurvedic combinations to help our customers with their health problems. The quality and purity of the herbs used in our products is crucial. Planet Ayurveda searches for farms located in the mountains of the Himalayas, as herbs that are grown in the Himalayan mountains are richer in their chemical constituents as compared to those grown in the plains areas. These small family farms are mainly situated in the villages located in the foothills of Himachal Pradesh, India. Planet Ayurveda chooses suitable farms based on the quality of their herbs and plants. We always seek for 100% pure herbs that are grown naturally in a healthy environment. In the fields of the selected Planet Ayurveda farms, no chemical fertilizers or urea is used. They only use an organic compost that has been prepared from leaves or animal manure. They also do not use any kind of fertilizers. The herbs are grown naturally without the use of any insecticide or pesticide. Most of the labor is done manually, planting, clearing fields of weeds and harvesting, which has the added benefits in giving special care to the herbs and also work for the local people. The founder of Planet Ayurveda, Dr. Vikram Chauhan, is an experienced Ayurvedic doctor and specialist in phytotherapy who has immense knowledge about the natural growth of herbs. He also personally visits the various farms on a regular basis. Planet Ayurveda
Planet Ayurveda presents Ashwagandha capsules, aids in managing stress effectively. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: efficient in immune deficiencies and autoimmune diseases, used as a mood stabilizer in clinical conditions of anxiety and depression, reduces oxidative stress which can cause mental fatigue, enhances stamina and energy levels, aids in treating degenerative and inflammatory disorders. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Ashwagandha capsules, aids in managing stress effectively. Order now at www.planetayurveda.com. Planet Ayurveda presents Brahmi capsules, the most efficient nervine tonic. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: maintains cognitive function and prevents cognitive impairment, enhances memory and learning, helps to calm restlessness, commonly used as an adjuvant to epileptic drugs, balances amino acid levels, which is beneficial in treating depression. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Brahmi capsules, the most efficient nervine tonic.
Planet Ayurveda.
Planet Ayurveda is a leading Ayurveda brand with a global presence, founded by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, MD Ayurveda. The company is GMP certified, US FDA registered, exports products worldwide. Planet Ayurveda is actually making it easy for people to live healthfully and happily in the most natural and Ayurvedic way. We select the right raw materials and herbs for manufacturing herbal products. All raw materials are rigorously tested for microbes, fungi, and heavy metals in our sophisticated labs. We yearn to make herbal wellness a part of every home in the world. We want to spread awareness about how to live healthier lives, not only from our medications, but also by sharing knowledge of Ayurveda. Visit us at www.planetayurveda.com. Planet Ayurveda presents Shilajit capsules, rejuvenate each and every cell of the body. Developed by Dr. Vikram Chauhan, who is MD Ayurveda, an experienced Ayurveda expert from India. Benefits you are looking for: Shilajit is rich in antioxidants that assist body in flushing out the endotoxins, helps to increase stamina and vigor, maintains a healthy body and a healthy mind. A very good aphrodisiac that improves male sexual health. Very beneficial for relieving stress and mind relaxation. Its active ingredients increase body's metabolism. Due to the rejuvenating property, it catalyzes the action of cell regeneration. Nothing artificial, 100% vegetarian, 100% natural. Shilajit capsules, rejuvenate each and every cell of the body. Order now at www.planetayurveda.com.
Where there is health, there is no place for disease. In Planet Ayurveda, we believe in the power of natural herbs. Our goal is to prepare powerful extracts and original Ayurvedic combinations to help our customers with their health problems. The quality and purity of the herbs used in our products is crucial. Planet Ayurveda searches for farms located in the mountains of the Himalayas, as herbs that are grown in the Himalayan mountains are richer in their chemical constituents as compared to those grown in the plains areas. These small family farms are mainly situated in the villages located in the foothills of Himachal Pradesh, India. Planet Ayurveda chooses suitable farms based on the quality of their herbs and plants. We always seek for 100% pure herbs that are grown naturally in a healthy environment. In the fields of the selected Planet Ayurveda farms, no chemical fertilizers or urea is used. They only use an organic compost that has been prepared from leaves or animal manure. They also do not use any kind of fertilizers. The herbs are grown naturally without the use of any insecticide or pesticide. Most of the labor is done manually, planting, clearing fields of weeds and harvesting, which has the added benefits in giving special care to the herbs and also work for the local people. The founder of Planet Ayurveda, Dr. Vikram Chauhan, is an experienced Ayurvedic doctor and specialist in phytotherapy who has immense knowledge about the natural growth of herbs. He also personally visits the various farms on a regular basis. Planet Ayurveda Where there is health, there is no place for disease. In Planet Ayurveda, we believe in the power of natural herbs. Our goal is to prepare powerful extracts and original Ayurvedic combinations to help our customers with their health problems. The quality and purity of the herbs used in our products is crucial. Planet Ayurveda searches for farms located in the mountains of the Himalayas, as herbs that are grown in the Himalayan mountains are richer in their chemical constituents as compared to those grown in the plains areas. These small family farms are mainly situated in the villages located in the foothills of Himachal Pradesh, India. Planet Ayurveda chooses suitable farms based on the quality of their herbs and plants. We always seek for 100% pure herbs that are grown naturally in a healthy environment. In the fields of the selected Planet Ayurveda farms, no chemical fertilizers or urea is used. They only use an organic compost that has been prepared from leaves or animal manure. They also do not use any kind of fertilizers. The herbs are grown naturally without the use of any insecticide or pesticide. Most of the labor is done manually, planting, clearing fields of weeds and harvesting, which has the added benefits in giving special care to the herbs and also work for the local people. The founder of Planet Ayurveda, Dr. Vikram Chauhan, is an experienced Ayurvedic doctor and specialist in phytotherapy who has immense knowledge about the natural growth of herbs. He also personally visits the various farms on a regular basis. Planet Ayurveda.
Ora então, bem-vindos de volta.
A senhora manda queria que tirar uma fotografia à gente. Obrigada. Tem o nome do Dr. Pedro da Silva, não vais dizer tu?
Não.
Ok.
Então. Ora, então parece que é agora. Bem-vindos novamente à última parte do nosso congresso de hoje, do primeiro dia. Vamos começar já com a mesa redonda, onde o tema principal é o tema do nosso congresso, Ayurveda para uma saúde integrativa no século XXI. O moderador desta sessão vai ser o Dr. Mark Rosenberg, que vai apresentar depois todos os ilustres que irão fazer parte desta mesa. Welcome back. We are going to start the last part of our Congress. Today we are going to start the round table, where the main topic is Ayurveda and for integrative health on the 21st century. The moderator of this session will be Dr. Mark Rosenberg. Thank you. We have the micro, yeah.
Yes, hello all together. It's a great pleasure for me to open up this table round discussion. Ayurveda for integrative health in the 21st century. And I have distinguished guests, those I'm glad to call here on stage. First of all, I wish to call Dr. Antonio Morandi. Dr. Pedro Ribeiro, I think, Silva. Dr. Vikram Chauhan. That's fine. Dr. Shishir Prasad, please. Dr. Christian Kessler. And last but not least, Gabriela Paleta. We all together sitting here to get an understanding where Ayurveda will move in the next decades. And hopefully we will find some clue. We all together get a clearer picture what we all can do together and where we stand. And I personally like to start with Dr. Vikram Chauhan. Dr. Chauhan, you are a Bachelor of Ayurveda Medicine and Surgery, and you also have a specialization in Dravya Guna, which is called MD Ayurveda. In Dravya Guna means in the field of pharmacology. You are a renowned Vaidya practicing Ayurveda there in Chandigarh, India, and besides that, you're also a speaker in many international conferences. You traveled the world, and you are active as a board member and faculty of Peace, which is a school mainly in Czech and in Slovakia, right? And what we all know now, after we have heard it, is that there's a company behind you. You have established its Planet Ayurveda, and with that, you are producing remedies, food supplements, and you're marketing those products also to Europe and many other countries in the world. Doctor, how do you see the big picture? The big picture of the role of Ayurveda today? And do you think that especially the patients globally are ready for more Ayurveda?
Thank you, Mark, for my elaborative introduction. Being an Ayurveda practitioner, when I started in 20th century, there were hardly any people who were believing in Ayurveda, even in India. So after clearing my BAMS graduation, I was thinking whether I should practice Ayurveda or whether I should practice allopathy. There was a lot of confusion. But when I started treating patients and I could see from allopathic point of view, the patients are not getting cured. They are coming back again and again and again to my clinic. And then when I started giving them Ayurveda along with these allopathic medicines, because I started with integrated medicine in the beginning, slowly I switched over to Ayurveda, and then I saw everything is different. People are getting cured from the root. The patient who was having asthma is not suffering from asthma anymore, who is suffering from some autoimmune disease which is not possible to cure. The problem is gone. So at that time, I thought that I should completely switch over to Ayurveda. I joined MD and I started studying more and more. And then I started this Ayurveda company also. And I thought I should develop. Town. It's called Chandigarh, and I thought I should develop some products which are having quality ingredients which can cater to the demand of the world in the coming times. And then I started exporting the products right away from India to USA. And then I got very good results and feedback, and then I kept moving. The demand was increasing. I was seeing very positive feedbacks, and I see that Ayurveda is getting much more in demand. More companies, they started to come up. More practitioners, they started to follow up Ayurveda, and it is spreading. And Ayurvedic principles, which tells us that it is important to prevent the diseases rather than treating after getting sick. So the lifestyle which has changed now, especially in last 25, 30 years, our food has changed, our lifestyle habits have changed, our sleep patterns have changed, everything has changed, and Ayurveda has a lot to offer. And I see if we are doing more conferences like these, if we are able to bring 1,000 more new faces into Ayurveda. I was discussing with somebody here in the conference. We are 100 faces in Europe, and the same 100 faces are discussing Ayurveda every year. So if we are able to bring in 1,000 faces, new faces, the Ayurveda will flourish more. So the
we are sure about that, and I think that you said it right, that there are a lot of patients in Europe waiting for Ayurveda. You've experienced that, but how are the patients? How do you deal with the patient? My question again, is he ready for Ayurveda? You're bringing products, but Ayurveda is not only products. Are the patients in Europe ready for Ayurveda? You mentioned that the lifestyle is changed. You mentioned it's changing badly. So how do we catch the patients to really, are you happy with the patients?
We have to change their mentality. We have to bring more and more awareness. This is what we are doing even now. But that's why I'm saying we are 100 people in Europe which are popular faces. So if there are 1,000 popular faces, there will be more people listening to Ayurvedic philosophy. We are talking about Ayurveda philosophy again and again among each other. ahar, nidra, brahmacharya, all these things. But if we are not teaching these philosophies to our children, right, at the teenage or at the school level, dinacharya, ritucharya, and all these Ayurvedic principles, we should teach to the masses. So for masses, we need financial support also, like pharmaceutical companies, they supported the modern medicine. So if we generate enough money to sponsor events like this, and these events can be sponsored through the sales of the supplements.
Absolutely.
And if we are spreading, if we are bringing in the money from different countries and supporting our practitioners to spread more awareness, supporting our teaching associations or the organizations which are academies. So if we are supporting the academies, then there will be more awareness. Of course, the patients, they are getting ready. We have to make them ready too.
Right. So you're speaking a bit, let me summarize it in health education. In Ayurvedic health education, that is needed also to spread the message of Ayurveda and to educate also the Ayurvedic patient. So, putting my question a bit different, in which form do you feel? What should an European patient really learn to benefit from Ayurveda much?
Many patients or the common public, they think that Ayurveda works very slowly. So we have to remove this from the people's mind that it can work very fast. So that is the first thing. So if we are able to tell the masses that Ayurveda can work and solve your problems in 2 days, in 3 days, or in 1 week, then everybody will be converted. I see around 50 to 60 patients every day in my clinic, besides doing this business, but I am not leaving my practice. Why the practice is flourishing? Because I have developed certain combinations and protocols in my clinic, in my personal life, that I'm able to solve complicated problems within little time frame. So that is how we should all, and I am willing to share the know-how, what I did, what I'm doing. I'm trying to publish the papers. I'm trying to rope in the clinical research organizations who can do publishing for me, and I'm willing to share that information with the medical institutes also. So all the academic institutes, they can also take the technical know-how from my clinical experience and my clinical data also. I have seen many patients suffering from autoimmune diseases like thrombocytopenic purpura, which is ITP, not curable in modern medical system. And I have personally witnessed, I started about 12, 15 years ago, the treatment of this disease, and I have witnessed the first patient was cured within 2 days. He was suffering since birth from this disease. And within 2 days, he was free. And after that, I have cured ITP patients like maybe more than 5,000 patients. Similarly, other diseases patients, they are like ulcerative colitis, more nephrotic syndrome, sarcoidosis. I'm not saying like that. I have all the clinical evidences and the data and the patient records. So we have to do it, and we have to publicize it. We have to put it in the research journals also.
Right. So the patient is the one you need, and you need that the patient is ready for Ayurveda, for a bit, changing its lifestyle, and is also willing to give some time for the betterment. It's not fast, as you mentioned. So you need the patient with the right attitude, the right understanding. Of course, as we know in Ayurveda, the patient has to be right, the doctor. The nature, we need the nature. So how about nature? Because we are dependent on nature. You are dependent on nature. We heard, that you're collecting your herbs wonderfully there in Himachal Pradesh, and it must be so beautiful there. So the demand is increasing now in Ayurveda, and I heard in India that they're speaking about their limitations in collecting the good quality herbs. So how do you facing that problem of biodiversity for Ayurveda? What are you doing, your company doing to save nature on that side?
About the nature, there is a Chinese philosopher, Lao Ji. He's the founder of Taoism. He said, nature never hurries, yet everything is accomplished. So Ayurveda is never in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
Ayurveda is healing the person from the root, from inside, as we all know, mind, body, and spirit. So nature is healing. We just need to give time. And the doctor has the duty to put this in the mind of common public, to tell them how he will be healed, and he has to bring this into his conscious. And what we are doing, I face the problem of this adulteration in the herbs and all these things. So I was also not in a hurry. I wanted to heal the patient, so I opened this company with a plan to spread Ayurveda all over the planet. That's why if you read planet, there is plan and there is net in the planet. So there is a plan, there is net. So this is the net. The plan is to spread Ayurveda all over the planet. So I was not in a hurry. I found I in fact guided those farmers to grow certain herbs in their farms, and also guided them to get their soil tested for the pesticides and heavy metals and all the other chemicals, and I guided them not to spray anything. So I made sure that everything is practically tested in the international quality labs, so that I could sell my products out of India with dignity. So I started from US, then I slowly started in Eastern Europe. From Macedonia is a land of Alexander.
Yes, and well, we are all cautious about nature. We are here.
Yeah.
We really, and we feel it, that we are on risk. Just collecting is one thing. We also have to give something back.
Yes.
And when we see that climate is changing, so we feel our responsibility that nature has to be, saved and has to be treated fairly.
Of course.
And when I look on the Ayurvedic, companies and our Ayurvedic family, it questions me, and I want to ask this question to you. I mean, are we from the Ayurveda side doing enough to give nature something back? Because we are collecting much from it.
That is our moral responsibility, to give nature back. Nature is giving us so much. So, of course, we are guiding the farmers not to put any chemicals in the soil. And we are trying to plant as many as trees and create forests, not only the fields, but also the forests around them, so that we give proper environment to the herbs. So this is how we can take care of the nature.
Right, because you must know, you are there in the key position.
Yes, of course.
And we are real hoping that you are convincing you and all your friends, to look.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah.
We need you there.
Yes, of course, we are doing that. And that is our moral responsibility also.
Right.
And I believe in whatever you give, you get it back. So if you are taking something for nature, it is your moral responsibility to give it back to nature. And nature will give you more in abundance. That is the law.
It is. Thank you very much. We are looking forward, and thanks for taking it that serious.
Yes,
We're
thank
happy
you.
to hear that.
Yes, thank you.
Right. So I'm moving forward to Dr. Christian Kessler. And Christian, you are a modern doctor. You're an associate professor and a senior physician at the Emmanuel Hospital Department for Internal Medicine and Nature-Based Therapies. I like this term, nature-based therapies. It's a nice term. Including Ayurveda. And moreover, this all is linked to the Institute of Social Medicine, Epidemiology and Health Economic, which is department there of the Institute of the Charité Medical University in Berlin. And you have studied Indology and of course Ayurveda medicine, holding a Master of Science degree by Middlesex University in collaboration with the European Academy of Ayurveda. And then there is the well-recognized Charaka trial that comparing Ayurveda and modern medical interventions for osteoarthritis at the knee. He was coordinating and finally leading that trial that got a lot of positive, feedback in the field of complementary and alternative medicine and abroad. So after your engagement to bring all this success for Ayurveda, I wish to ask you, why does the world need Ayurveda? Very simply, you went so far. And now the question goes, why, after all what you have established, what you have seen, why do the world need Ayurveda? There are differences. You must have found out that there must be special elements in Ayurveda why you still stick there and you're moving forward.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and it's at the same time a very global question, and I think I would try to find a differentiated answer, and sort of in a nutshell would be, I don't know whether the world needs Ayurveda, but I want to find out which part of the world needs or could probably need from Ayurveda. Because I think, we're wasting too much time also in the field of complementary medicine, sort of to dwell in our own bubble and and overestimate ourselves many times. So I'm trying to be very humble. I'm a big fan, like all of you, from of natural medicine and in particular Ayurveda, but I do not think that Ayurveda is the solution for everything. But Ayurveda can be part of the solution for many things. And as a researcher, I'm always curious, to search and to find out what specifically works best for whom under which specific circumstances. So to put it in other words, what works in India for Indian people does not necessarily have to be the best solution for Italians in Milano or for Berliners in Germany. Yeah. So, and that's why we need such research. And this is also the reason why in many Western countries people do not generally accept evidence coming in from South Asia. It's not what many people often think, the Western hybris, that the research from India doesn't have sufficient quality, but it's actually also and more so the question or the call of the day that we need evidence if we talk about evidence for and under local circumstances.
But when you come to this point, my question comes. There's so many Ayurvedic experts here, and also some of our students. They feel that why all this research? And we heard it this morning, this afternoon also. Ayurveda has given evidence over 1,000 years. So why research is needed? Can you just, because you are doing it, you should know it.
Well, absolutely, I have a very clear opinion on this. First of all, let's consider one fact that even in conventional medicine, most of what we use every day in hospitals and practices is not evidence-based. This is often forgotten in Western medicine, but that's factual. The majority of whatever we do in conventional Western medicine is not evidence-based. So that's one thing. But to answer to answer your question, nevertheless, evidence is very important. And from the other pole, looking at traditional medicine and the lack of modern evidence, I can just say, just because something is traditional does not mean that it's sort of exculpated to do research, because tradition does not mean standstill. Tradition also has to evolve to changing circumstances, planetary circumstances, climate issues, societal developments, leading all the way to issues that we have earlier discussed here, like artificial intelligence, etc., etc., etc. So just to say, Ayurveda is 5,000 years old. I'm starting to roll my eyes whenever I hear this, because it doesn't take us anywhere. It's just a label that's for me useless, because I don't want to know how old something is, but I want to know how effective something is. So because things change. Diseases change, incidences change, prevalences change, new diseases emerge. We see new problems, appearing on the planet. So, and this is why traditional medicine also has to, meet up to these standards and continuously evolve. So that's, that it doesn't matter whether you call yourself traditional or conventional or complementary or integrative or combining. We all believe, that we as human beings and as a society, we have to develop. I mean, under other circumstances and under other discussions, we would all agree on this. But oftentimes in the traditional medicine arena, there's always this excuse from quite a few people. They say, we don't need research. This has been channeled by the rishis 5,000 years ago, so no need to, to develop and to do research. And I personally have no understanding for this, but not from a conventional perspective, but from a humanistic perspective,
right,
and from a curious researcher perspective.
And thanks. And hearing that, I think the question arises within us then because that really makes sense. But the question arises because we are not all doctors. We are not working in a research institute. So, because we are not in a medical conference with all doctors. But will you understand when I ask you the question, how can we help you? Being not a doctor, cannot do research on that level that you do, but can we help us each? Can we help us in your approach?
Well, if we look at Ayurveda, we just have a very major problem in Europe, and that problem, to put it into simple terms, is financial. Ayurveda is basically an export product of South Asia, and in particular of India. So it's still foreign, and the transitional period, has come to new heights and more visibility, but still it has no rooting, such as traditional European medicine or anthroposophy or homeopathy, or even traditional Chinese medicine, which has seen much more advocacy from the Chinese side, over the last 50, 60 years or so. And in Europe, we're still struggling with, finding adequate funding for clinical research. The study you were mentioning and you were part of, and Antonio was also part of, was until today the absolute exception to the rule. And since then, no study in Europe has been funded. Now they're funding Amarjit Bhamra's study in the UK, which is no longer part of the European Union, and it's great that they're doing it. But to answer your question is, if you know anybody, if you're involved in philanthropy, if you yourself, are able to contribute, or if you have any political connections to stakeholders, wherever that might be, here in Portugal or in any other country, activate them and make them pitch in and donate, participate, fundraising, etc., because unfortunately, even in Europe, the money doesn't fall from the sky, and researchers, at least in Germany and in Italy and in Portugal, I assume universities are pretty poor places, and they require external financing, and we can't run clinical research, by ourselves. We need sort of gas to fill our tank so the vehicles can drive.
And how far did we already come that way? You're often in international congresses where the whole chem medicine is in focus, but not mainly Ayurveda. But is Ayurveda visible nowadays? I mean, where are we? Because the theme is, Ayurveda in the 21st century. So we all want to know, where are we standing actually? Because in our own circles, we all feel that, we are great, Ayurveda is great, we all feel good with each other. But where are we actually? I mean, are we that small or little? Have we grown up?
I think, when we started, this journey about, when was that, 10, 12 years back, we all said Ayurveda in terms of research in Europe is still in its infancy, sort of in the cradle. I would say now it has made a big leap forward and now is in the kindergarten stage.
Okay.
So that sounds very sort of probably like a downer or frustrating, but it's an evolution, it's a slow evolution, and it can now walk and talk, but it's still certainly not grown up. When it comes to logistical structures, organizational structures within Europe in particular, not in the research arena. And I'm sometimes very envious about the yoga community, because for some reason, which I'm still not quite understanding, is that yoga has a much easier time both in the Americas and in Europe to acquire funding and to get good and effective research structures and studies on the way, which has led to something, which is the ultimate success story, that it ends up as part of medical guidelines. And we have several guidelines in Germany and other Western countries where yoga is now part of medical guidelines. So, and that's very hard and factual. And we're actually still very far away from such scenarios when it comes to Ayurveda. And but that's not something to be sad or frustrated about. It should motivate us even more, to move things forward and to motivate ourselves and get things going, establish networks.
Right.
And
I can hear from that there is really an aim we can reach to. It is not unrealistic. So we are in the kindergarten, but we are now. I think we are grown up. We are growing up fast, don't we? I think yes. And yes, Christian, when I met you in Berlin just a couple of weeks ago, we met in Berlin, and I also saw your consultation room at your hospital, and I have not seen that many. Normally in Ayurveda, you have seen many herbs and sometimes certain pictures but what I saw was a guitar. I saw a guitar, and I also know that you are a sax player, and the saxophone was not there, but the guitar was there. But that remembered me that you're a musician as well. And when patients come to you in your room, then I imagine that maybe they also are surprised that there is an Ayurvedic doctor. He has a guitar there on the corner. And maybe he sits with me there on the ground, and maybe I have to sing some mantras with him, or I don't know what you're really doing with this guitar. But my question is that in your hospital, Ayurveda is a part of different elements. For you, Ayurveda is the core of your therapy. But how much, put it me that way, have you moved away from the classic Ayurveda to integrate Ayurveda in the way you feel that works and that is now effective in your circumstances?
Well, what is classic Ayurveda? Even if you ask 5 Indian Vedas, they will give 5 different answers. So I would say provocatively, we do classic Berlin Ayurveda now. And for the first part of your question, it wasn't actually a question, but I think just a comment on what you said in terms of instruments and music. I think Ayurveda is musical medicine. Mm-hmm. And as a hobby musician, I find much music in Ayurveda, and that's one of the reasons I love it most of the traditional systems I know, because it carries so much wonderful sound.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. Antonio. Antonio Morandi, neurologist by profession, active as an Ayurvedic doctor, seeing patients nearly every day. Founder and director, together with Carmen, of the Ayurvedic Point in Milano. Renowned speaker at international conferences, bringing modern science and Ayurveda together. Involved in many research projects, also like the Sharkataya, we just discussed it. And yeah, you received a very prestigious award, like the Istam Sandhu Award for Research in Ayurveda. And you received also an honorary title as the Ayurveda Acharya. Yes, it's not many achieved that state of depth in Ayurvedic understanding. And so far as I know, I think in India you feel at home.
Absolutely.
Right. So a bit about you, and how do you see the big picture of the role of Ayurveda in today's world health scenario? How do you see this big picture?
I think that, Ayurveda per se does not do anything. Are the people that can do something with Ayurveda. And the people, they have to know how to use Ayurveda. And the people, they have to know how to use nature. And so these people, this means that the people, they have to know how to use themselves. So it's not a problem of Ayurveda. It's a problem on how to educate the people, how to make the people aware of the fact that they are alive. And being alive means that you are an organism that is derived from the environment and that has a continuous interaction with the environment. And so, for keeping a balance, you have to have respect of yourself and of the environment. So this is the main thing, because Ayurveda is nothing, Ayurveda is everything, but Ayurveda does not do anything by itself for the human race, from a humankind, because Ayurveda does not give a damn about the humans. Are the humans that have to take care of themselves using Ayurveda. So what I think that in the future, the most important thing is to educate the people to live, to feeling alive, to realize that we die. The most important thing, that we die, that we at a certain point we finish our material life, but that the life goes on, and this means that every one of us goes on. I think that this is the most important thing. This is the most important thing. Of course, then we structure the way we can use Ayurveda in the best way that we can in every part of the world. Because I thank very much my Indian brothers for structuring and maintaining Ayurveda. But Ayurveda is of mankind, it's not Indian. It's not only Indian, it's of mankind. Because Ayurveda is the nature itself. But there is one very important thing. Ayurveda has been structured in the way it is by a certain kind of logic and a certain kind of epistemology that is much different from what the Western world is doing.
And there I come in between, because mentioning that, because we are talking about Ayurveda in the nowadays time and world,
yeah.
and when you rightly say that, yeah, that Ayurveda has a special structure. It is not to be easily to be compared with what we know otherwise from modern medicine.
No.
When we talk about integration, you are trying to bridge these worlds, don't you?
Yeah,
Or
I'm trying
how can it be successful?
I'm trying to interface. Because what I think is that there are hierarchical levels of understanding and of describing reality. Modern Western medicine, not science, because it's different. Medicine is not a science. Modern medicine is not a science. It's a discipline that uses the results from science. When I speak about Ayurveda with a physicist, I don't have any problem. When I speak of Ayurveda with a biologist, I do not have any problem. Problem starts with clinicians. So this tells you something. So there are hierarchical levels of understanding. The Western modern medicine describes the world using the word of chemistry, while Ayurveda describes the world with properties and relationship between them, which is the world of physics. So this means that you can explain chemistry with physics, but you cannot explain physics with chemistry. So this means that you can explain modern medicine with Ayurveda, but you cannot explain Ayurveda with modern medicine. So when we speak about evidence-based, we have to realize which kind of evidence we are speaking about. And I agree that modern medicine does not follow for the most of the time evidence-based, also because modern medicine is not asking which kind of evidence is true or not true, because there is not a true evidence. There is an evidence from a perspective, but there are many perspectives. Think about the darshana. Darshana are perspectives. If I see you, Mark Rosenberg, in front, and I tell you that you have two eyes, and Christian sees you from the back and says, no, Mark does not have eyes, we can kill each other.
No, I turned around.
Yeah, you turn around. We can kill each other because we are both right. So what I'm trying to do is to create a kind of cultural bridges in such a way that it could be an interface between the two systems, considering what they have in common. So that Mark Rosenberg is a human, okay, is a human from the front and from the back, but I see two eyes, I don't, okay. Let's take it granted that we have a different idea, but is a human being, okay, so let's go on.
So what you want to say, or what I understood, what I got from it, that there is also a warning that you're, which is, in your sentence, it means that integration, this idea can also spoil Ayurveda in the way that we are somehow, throwing bits and parts within the whole system and losing the Ayurveda's own identity. Is it?
Yes, absolutely.
Have I heard rightly?
Absolutely, yes. Because if you try to explain Ayurveda with modern medicine, you bend Ayurveda, you destroy the logic of Ayurveda, and then you have a lot of tools that can be used by biomedicine. Then you can call it integrated medicine, but it will be still the logic of biomedicine, will be not the logic of Ayurveda. And so this will be another kind of, is a kind of engulfing, a traditional medicine in an epistemology. So we have to find a way to respect both epistemology and not to make one engulfing the other. The problem is that when you have a confrontation like this, who wins is the most powerful from a political and economical point of view. So this means that in the Western world, Ayurveda will be absolutely slaughtered by modern medicine if you do not find the right approach.
And let me come back a bit more practical to you as a doctor.
Yeah.
Because Ayurveda, as we all know, is a is human medicine. It's an empathic medicine. And I mean, when you're having patients, how do you build up how do you strengthen that, you know, that doctor-patient relationship when it comes to to compliance, to trust? You know, I'm switching a bit, but I want to come down to you as a doctor, because you're practicing Ayurveda in that, you know, you're really holding the system together as you have described. But at the end, you're sitting there in front of us, and then you cannot, you cannot give a lecture in philosophy. You have to give, you know, some remedies, some, you know, and how do you build up trust in that your patients believe that yes, Ayurveda will help me?
The doctor-patient relationship is the 50% of the therapy. Because everything that a doctor can do, modern, Ayurvedic, Chinese, or whatever, is only a facilitation for the patients to heal. So, the only thing that the patients want is to be listened. So you have to listen to the patient, but not only from the speaking point of view, but you have to use all your senses, and the patient feel in some way embraced by this kind of relationship. And at that point, when the trust starts, the patient will do everything because he trusts you. There are people, of course, when you have to have a surgery, people have to trust the surgeon. And that is very bad because they have to cut you. So they can take something Ayurvedic, or they can make some treatment, but it's not important. It's not important the treatment by itself, it's not important the pill by itself, but it's important how the patient take that pill, how the patient modify the lifestyle, how the patients undergo to a treatment, because it's the patient itself that changes the situation and heal. So what we can do, first, 50% is the relationship. The second 50% are facilitation, because the patient can use this facilitation to have a state of mind that change the body.
Thank you.
Very much.
And yes, fantastic. And now we have Dr. Pedro Ribeiro Silva here with us, and this is a great pleasure because I understood that you are the Director General within the Ministry of Health, dealing with public health, prevention, but also with regulations in respect to the complementary and alternative fields of systems of medicine. And you were involved in that, what you call in your country, to establish the second law for medicines. And as I understood that you are a key personality in helping the Ayurveda, system and professionals to practice legally here in Portugal, and with that also to strengthen Ayurveda for all those practicing it. And I mean, I thought for all of us, you're maybe the most important person here now on the stage, but I thought I take you a bit later, because so you can catch up, you can listen a bit, what we all think about Ayurveda when it's about the next steps for the 21st century. And from your perspective, are we on the right track?
Sorry, you are talking about Portugal or in
Yes, in Portugal. Are we with Ayurveda on the right track, so that the steps that we are looking forward for Ayurveda can be now established in Portugal?
Okay, thank you. Well, it's a difficult question, as you can imagine. Yeah. I think what we discussed before, what Antonio says, and you said, and all, it's one of the key points for going forward in establishing any alternative medicine, because the people who don't want to legalize it, the medical doctors and the pharmaceutical industries and so, they usually arguing that it's not scientific. So I agree completely what was said before, and what we have to not to enter in that almost a trap, because the biomedical sciences use normally the experimental and analytical model, that it's very like one cause, one effect. People eat, people get obese, people smoke, people get cancer, and that it's not true, because it's if you used to see people as in a holistic way, we have to use a different scientific model, that it's more systemic, it's more holistic, and it's not used that universities use this kind of models. So the evidence-based system are not useful for Ayurveda or for osteopathic or homeopathy or anything. So we have that kind of struggle to do, and it's not only on alternative medicine, because I'm also a psychotherapist, I'm a medical doctor, but I'm also a psychotherapist. And we have also that struggle in the psychotherapy field, because almost in many countries in Europe, we just have 3 models that are accepted, that it's the cognitive and behavioral model, the psychoanalysis, and another one. So my model, that it's a body psychotherapy model, it's usually not accepted. So exactly for the same reasons. So I think it's something you have to do, and for instance, because I also teach sometimes in different courses, I also teach sometimes with Ayurveda students or for other students or of alternative medicine, and what I see, it's often it's difficult for the students also to change the perspective. They are also analytical in the Ayurvedic or acupuncture or osteopathic practice. So, like they think that if I have a pain in the shoulder, it's a problem in the shoulder, and it's not. So we have to change that, and that it's very difficult sometimes. And I think it's not good for Ayurveda or other fields if the practitioners are not holistic in the way they practice. If they practice like the medical doctors, but with herbs or with diet or anything like that, because often I saw things like that they think that for instance, if you move your diet for another diet, you can change your health. But if you don't move the way you feel the day-to-day environment and your emotions in that interaction, perhaps you don't move anything. So you cannot just change your health state with any treatment. You need to change the pattern in a holistic way and systemic way. So I think that it's one of the problems, but we also have other problems, that it's depends on the political governments. And for instance, we had right party in the government when they allowed us to make the rules and make the law. After, we have a left government, and it was much more difficult. Now we don't know, but if there is now, we think that if the right party, the right-wing party wins, perhaps the health minister is someone who is completely against all the alternative models, because it was the president of the medical council, and it was completely, he always said that it's completely against. So we don't know, it depends and we have elections on Sunday. So after Sunday, depending on the Ministry of Health and the government, perhaps we can go further on ruling Ayurveda or not.
Great, great. For me, that sounds that you are ready, that also Ayurveda is ready to move through the door if the door opens a little bit. And I mean, we all wish that it will happen. And yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ribeiro Silva. It's a great pleasure and honor for us to have you here in this round, even though you're not an Ayurvedic doctor. But I like your point, you know, when it comes to the holistic approach, because Ayurveda is really a multimodal system of treatment. It's really not the way that we are just, seeing some pain and we are giving only one remedy. We always have to think in different approaches, and be it nutrition, but also changing lifestyle, having a change on the psychological level, but also maybe doing yoga and other aspects. And what I understand from what you're talking is that it is important also here in our Ayurveda community that we are not forgetting that when we found out maybe one thing that this herb helped, don't forget there are many other aspects and elements we have to use as prescribed in Ayurveda to really treat in a holistic way. And yes, with that, I wish to thank you, and I wish to move forward to Dr. Shishir Prasad. And Dr. Prasad, you're a world-renowned mama specialist. And traveling internationally, you're delivering mama therapy, presentations, workshops, lectures, also this time here at the conference. You have been appreciated by the World Association of former United Nations interns and fellows at the UN headquarters in New York, and you are a member of the expert committee on Marma Chikitsa of the Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Sciences, and the government of India and the Ayush Curriculum Development Expert Members Board is important for us that you are part of that within the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. That means actually that it's about how to bring in Ayurveda within the modern medical circles. Have I understood that right? Within the curriculum for modern doctors.
Actually, there's a course designed for modern doctors in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Rishikesh. So they have designed a course curriculum for the allopathic doctors. So I'm the part of this Ayurvedic aspect of designing this course for those MBBS graduates, just to sensitize them to the use of Ayurveda. So
nice, but it's nice to hear for us, I think, that to see that there in India itself, there is an approach now to integrate Ayurveda within the curriculum of the modern medical doctors as well. Because maybe you don't know that much, but we know it very much, but there is a cut in India normally that there's on one side there's modern medicine and on the other side there's Ayurveda. But when it comes together now, it will be, I think, very, very helpful in that sense that we discussed before. Right, but Dr. Prasad, so you are dealing with energies, you're dealing with, and at the same moment you're dealing with research, because you're also an associate professor at the Uttarakhand Ayurveda University, and you got appointed as an adjunct faculty at the Datta Mehta Institute for Higher Education and Research. And as I know you are also involved in research projects, and that is interesting for us because you're a bit, you have a footstep in both the world and the scientific world on one side, but also on the so-called esoteric, energetic world of Marma, where nobody really understands fully what is going on there. So at least not maybe you do, but for us it's a bit on the level where we cannot see, we cannot measure, we only can experience. So do you have the feeling that the modern world understands what you are doing?
Yeah. Before I answer the question, I have a couple of points to make because this is a conference, a global conference regarding integrative healthcare. So all the morning session and now also I've been listening, and not only here but elsewhere in different conferences, that we in our Ayurveda field them ourselves call as alternative medicine, traditional medicine, non-conventional medicine, complementary medicine, different forms of medicines we call ourselves. This has a narrative which has been set up in our field. So from the global perspective, I would like all of us here to feel and change in ourselves first the narrative that we are not alternative, we are the comprehensive science. The other sciences have developed as an alternative to us. And there, of course, have been points made, like, for example, traditional medicine. And if you go into the definition of traditional medicine, it is mentioned that it can be explicable, it can be non-explicable. But no, in Ayurveda, what is written is explicable. It is explainable. If you are not able to understand the science behind the explanation, we call it unscientific. It is not so. We have to understand the science behind it, the depth behind it. And yeah, there were other points made also, right, regarding research. So we have to understand that the articles or the things written in the Samhitas, they are researched articles. They are research points. You go on searching about Giloy hundreds and hundreds of times. You go on searching about Timospora cordifolia, ashwagandha. What we are doing is revalidating what is already written. Now, it is fine. I don't mind that revalidation. It's absolutely okay. But should we wait for all the results to come and then apply in a patient? How much time are we going to lose for that? So we cannot wait for all those things to be revalidated and then apply. Like, for example, Swarna Bhasma, right? It has some, they're saying that some anti-cancer properties. But there are nanoparticles, it has been defined, it has been used over ages, and now you are revalidating it. But we cannot just wait for the outcome to come and then use. For example, in COVID time, we saw people suffering, we saw people dying. So nobody actually had, the world didn't have the world didn't actually have the entire answer, right? So none of us had. So should we wait for all those results and then apply the Ayurvedic medicine? We used Ayurvedic medicine, calling it as a pranava srotas vyadhi, because the symptomatology, the effects, what we are seeing was similar to those which we have in Ayurveda. So we use it as a pranava srotas vyadhi to very good effect. Especially I used it personally in my wife's village and saved many people. And like me, there were many Ayurvedic doctors who used Ayurvedic medicines in this pandemic times, and even now, long pandemic and other cases we are using. So we cannot just wait for all the revalidations to come. We need to understand, first of all, we need to have the faith as a global partners or as a global pioneers in expressing the science or taking the science to more and more people around the globe. We have to understand that we are a comprehensive science. We are not alternative. We are not only traditional. We have a very, very scientific basis behind ourselves. The acceptance regarding this has been growing, as we have seen through some studies, like 170 countries voted for yoga. And even in the WHO, there was a paper published regarding like 160 countries who are practicing all those complementary medicines, as they say. But I would definitely like to call it as a comprehensive medicines. And now coming back to your questions regarding...
But first of all, let me thank you for the courage that you took, to make these points.
Yeah.
I think this was important.
Yes.
And also helpful for us to make it clear that we always think, because that is how we are taught in school, that there's medicine and everything which is, comes from somewhere else is, the add-on. And you made this point very rightly. As per an Indian perspective, it's the other way around. Because there, Ayurveda was the medicine and other things came along and now added to what was already there as a complete system. And that's why I really like to thank you for that. When I spoke to the students there at the Tilak Ayurveda College, I mentioned, see, in India, you have changed now the Bombay into Mumbai, but you have not changed yet medicine into Ayurveda.
No.
Jokingly, I said, yes, but yeah. And but please understand that we are still a bit curious about you as a Marmar specialist and as a doctor. And I understand that you don't like, to be put somewhere, as an, extra thing because Mama, but it is true. For us in Germany, in Portugal, in Spain, in Italy, that Mama concept is a very special concept within Ayurveda. And it is a bit for us, not easy to understand and to get. So please, excuse me, and we need you. We need your help to get it right.
Yeah, thank you for asking. And so coming from the question of, for the point of view that Dr. Vikram made regarding Ayurveda takes long time to act, and how can we help ourselves with, and how can we produce results quickly. I think I will not name, but there are few people here sitting who have experienced this marmas, effect of marmas here in the hall at present, firsthand, and is a very quick result with a very fast acting result. There are people who are here, and there are people yesterday as well who saw in front of others as well the effect of marmas. So basically marmas is an energy healing science, and it is first reference is there in the Rig Veda, and the Rig Veda has been considered as the oldest Indian literature. So since it finds its reference in the Rig Veda, we consider this is one of the oldest science known to mankind. And of course, there have been, as I said, it is mentioned that it is something related to the prana or the vital energy force. And we need to understand that every disease manifests itself as some form of change in energy. You see, if there is an extracellular and an intracellular ionic exchange, there is always happening some energy changes, right? Without that, there's no movement, there's no action potential. The energy changes are always happening, and it is important for us to realize how those energy changes are happening, what are the effects being produced in a particular disease or in a particular cases. And if we are able to understand that intricately, the energy changes in the body, of course, it's a very, very dynamic one. So understanding it is not easy. Even I am exploring more and more. So it's like not like I know everything. But yes, so far what we have seen in the clinical practices, we have had very good results of using the marmas in various diseases. I will not say all, but there are various diseases in which we have had very good results: musculoskeletal, neuromusculoskeletal diseases, autoimmune diseases, and stress, anxiety. And many patients we have had good results. And the fact can be measured that now I have students in more than 65 countries of the world who have learned or who have attended in some form the Marma Science presentations. So you can understand the acceptance which is growing worldwide, and people as general are more open to it because they are fed up with the other aspects of the treatment protocols because of the side effects that we see, and people are more and more acceptable to the holistic approach, or also the non-pharmacological interventions, in a way you can say, where we can reach more people with lesser and lesser cost, because the science is so beautiful that you can also teach to a person. Like yoga, you are teaching to people to help themselves. So similarly, marmas also can be taught under guidance, of course, to do on themselves, because that actually reduces the cost effect, right? So like for example, in Mexico, I went and I taught a person who was suffering with frozen shoulder, and he did this marmas on himself for around 1.5 months, and after that he was absolutely fine. It's already been more than 6 years. Similarly, a lady visited from Switzerland of just a few days back in Italy when I was there. So she was also suffering with the same problem, and even after 5 years, she is fine, and she recovered almost in 2 months from the disease which she was having for 3 years, and was treated in various ways, including physiotherapy and various from universities in Europe, but not satisfactory enough for her. So yes, we are able to teach a person to utilize them, and that reduces the cost. And also when we do these interventions, especially in pain management also, we have had very, very good and fast relief, which is what Dr. Vikram Chauhan was also speaking, that we need to produce, or we need to give an aspect of Ayurveda in which we can give quick and fast relief to the patient, and then the more and more patients come to you. So yes, this is what we have been doing in Marmas. And besides that, one of the first research, the thesis topic, clinical aspect of Marmas, we gave in our university, in Uttarakhand Ayurveda University. And because what had happened was, in regard to Marmas, it is also mentioned like Mariyanti iti marmani. That means if you injure on the Marma side, it can be fatal. So people thought that, okay, so if you touch or stimulate the Marmas, it can be dangerous, so why do that? So then I said to them in the ethical committee, in the research work that we were doing in our place, that you see in everyday life you are touching the Marmas in one way or the other, although you don't cause any injury or any such a disability. It is the amount of pressure, is the amount of direction of pressure, or those things matter. You don't injure or don't cause any injury, severe injury, you will be fine. Like for example, you apply oil on your head, so you are touching some Marmas in the head. If you're not causing any injury, you're doing the Shirodhara or the Shirobasti, so some pressure is being applied, but you're not causing any injury on the Marma side, rather you're giving benefit to the patient. So I told in the ethical committee, because this was the first question that was raised in the ethical committee, why are you touching the Marmas? Because before that, most of the research work done on Marmas was basically in relation to understanding the anatomical perspectives of Marma, but not on the clinical aspects, much like manipulations of them. There was a few regarding the Abhyanga form research work done, but not much without the use of oil, not there. So we got this thesis passed, and that was the first, and later on, now I know in different universities, including the Banaras Hindu University, including Jamnagar, even PhD work and PG work is being done. So yes, and in our university itself, some PhD works are being done in relation to Marmas. Some of them, of course, in post-graduation thesis level works are also being done. So the acceptability in India has also grown, in the sense that the Central Council for Research in Ayurveda and Siddha also formed this expert group committee to look after the protocols and see whether they're being done properly or not. So yes, there are being regulations also being made. That is a very, very positive aspect as well. And also the benefits of the Marmas came into the websites of the government platforms. So that was something good.
Thank you so much. And I think it is interesting for us to see that in India itself, this is a discussion. It's a point of discussion. We maybe believe that in India everybody accepts Marma and there is no question. But we hear that there are maybe similar discussions on convincing also there the different boards and the ethics committee that Marma is really a scientific-based system and that it doesn't harm when you do it rightly, etc. And you have to convince there as well as you might have to do it here in Germany. So. In Portugal, but in all over Europe, that yes, you will have to do these tasks, and so we are all sitting in the same boat. I can say here, Dr. Prasad, thank you for exploring that a bit for us, so that we a bit understanding, where is Ayurveda in the 21st century? Not only here in Europe, but also there in India, where it gets more and more acceptance, as we hear about. That it's not that so naturally accepted as we might have thought. So I like to move a bit further, because time is also an issue. I know, Gabriela, I have seen it. And you make, please, your thumbs up like this or this. How much time do we have? Very, very little. Okay. But first of all, you are actually the core personality for all of us here today, I would have asked you to actually to speak first, but you asked me to come at last, and that is our pleasure now to hear that you are now Amayur president since 2023. You are founder of your own clinic, the Alma Ayurveda Clinic in the middle of Lisbon. It's a clinical practice, it's a lifestyle coaching workshops that you're offering there. And you are, of course, an Ayurveda practitioner, graduated from the Aki Sintra Sauder School. I think this is Joachim's wonderful school here in Sintra, and also taught in the Yoga Brahma Vidyalaya School, I think headed by Dr. Ruege in Brazil. So both the schools recognized by Amayur, that we learned that Amayur is an association, really recognizes school. There is a systematic behind that. And you're of course specialized in Kai Chikitsa. One area that is of your interest is women, children, and as well as mama therapy, as I can read here. But then there are also special areas like crystal therapy, Jyotish, the Vedic astrology, and yoga and pranayama. That's a huge,
subtle therapies.
Yeah, there are many elements you're treating. You're treating your patients with. My question to you is: what is your wish for Ayurveda in the next century? Your wish. Yeah,
okay,
your wish.
So thank you. My wish is that everybody would know what Ayurveda is.
Yeah.
What Ayurveda stands for as principles. I think I discovered Ayurveda later in life. I was not born with it or knew about it when I was younger. And I really believe that it makes a difference if you discover this early in life. It makes a difference if you discover it later as well. But if you are growing with these principles, with this idea that you are in a communion with the nature and with the universe, then we feel a different way of conducting ourselves in the world, for ourselves as persons, as also in the community where we are. And I think that that is the most important thing. So what I wish for is that everybody would know, and we were talking here, everybody was talking here about Ayurvedic medicines and about science and about looking at Ayurveda like this. But if we really go back many years ago, and I'm not an expert on the matter, but if we go back many years ago, Ayurveda was not having, and is still not having, this label of being a medicine. Ayurveda is the science of life. So if we look at it like that, it's how we live, basically. So that is what we need to transmit, I think, to transfer to the next generations, and especially our children and the people that are going to study in the future, to become Ayurvedic practitioners or doctors. I think that idea of this is how life should be. That's the most important thing that we have to take from this. We live in nature. We are not really creatures, completely separated from the nature or from the universe in this sense.
Right.
So we need to teach our children that today in this 21st century, most of them, they live in urban areas. So most of them, they don't know where the egg comes from or where the milk comes from or, this kind of thing. So they think it's coming from the supermarket. And they lost this connection with what is an animal, to respect the animal or the nature kingdom in itself. And I think that is, the most precious thing that we should teach our children. So my wish for the future is to educate our children since the early ages about principles and values and how to live in contact with nature.
Nice. And I remember that in one of our last discussions. You mentioned that it is estimated that 33% of the world's population will suffer of some type of mental disorders up to 2020. And we discussed about this upcoming drama, and the question goes, what can Ayurveda do? How can Ayurveda help in this respect? And you're dealing with yoga, with pranayama, with subtle, techniques, and in your clinic, do you already feel that with these elements you're helping your patients in staying stable also on the mental side?
Yes, so there is this, I believe maybe you all know about it, this, especially after COVID, we did notice, at least here in Portugal and most of my colleagues as well, not only from Ayurveda but from other comprehensive medicines, as Dr. Shishir was saying, and I completely agree with that definition. I think we noticed a very big increase in mental issues of the patients, and most of them, they come with some ailment that they might have in the body, but when we look at it more profoundly, we find that it comes from the mind and emotion, not solved emotions especially, unresolved emotions that either they carry from childhood or from something that happened during their life. So what is estimated today is that by 2050, maybe about a third of the world population is going to suffer of this kind of ailments. And we should looking at it from the Ayurvedic point of view. We can understand why, because the people today are much more disconnected from their roots, and especially from the nature. And the nature has a very good effect on people in the terms of grounding them, in the terms of giving them some inner peace. And living in concrete blocks, as many live these days in the cities, makes us completely disconnected. We don't know anymore when the sunrise is, when the sunset is. We live with artificial lights everywhere. We don't know, the waters and in the mountains and everything. So I think that makes us a bit uncomfortable in this sense. And most of the people, they don't realize really why they are in this situation, let's say, why they are uncomfortable with things. And so yes, I think Ayurveda in this sense, to answer your question, I think Ayurveda can go a very long way with the dinacharya, with the lifestyle guidance that we give to our patients, and also work a lot, as Christian was saying very nicely, that Ayurveda is music as well. Go for the sort of lost art of being, doing art. Music is an art, not only, but singing is very good, dancing is very good, and a lot of people forgot that these days. They forget how to please their soul, and I think that's very important. Something that Ayurveda actually adds to the WHO organization definition of health. The Ayurveda, what brings to that is the soul. Because in that definition, we talk about the mind and the body, and we need to take care of that. But the soul is also very important. And here, Dr. Morandi was also saying exactly about that, to make people feel alive. And I think that's the most important thing as well. So when we please our soul, it makes us feel alive, and that has a very good effect on our mind. And because of that, it has a very good effect on our body as well. So that's my 2 cents.
It is a very, very nice summarization also. And so if time is now over, then I think this is a wonderful summarization of what we all did. And actually, it's a bit a pity that we haven't so far not come to another round of discussion. But it was a great, great pleasure for me, and I hopefully for all of you to, to hear, these different thoughts and to be part of that discussion. And maybe because you mentioned and it was your wish, a last line from the Vedas, from all of us, and to shorten it down, maybe you agree that we all will, because it's Mahashivratri day today, so we go all together. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Zugantim Pushtivardhanam Urva Rukamiva Bandhanat Mrityor Mukshi Amamritas. Om Shiva Om Parvati Om Shanti 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 Om Tat Sat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to you all for this moment. E é chegado o fim da agenda do dia de hoje, que já vai um pouco para lá da hora que está marcada. Queria apenas uma vez mais agradecer de uma forma especial a todos os palestrantes e convidados que vieram transmitir o seu precioso conhecimento e contribuir para a divulgação do Ayurveda. Vamos terminar com um momento cultural que se chama Dasha Mahavidya, em homenagem às 10 deusas e em homenagem a todas as mulheres que aqui estão presentes hoje. E este momento cultural vai ser interpretado pela Ishani Lassia. That's the end of the agenda today. Once again, I would like to say a special thank you to you all guest speakers who came to pass their precious knowledge and contribute to the spreading Ayurveda. We will close with a moment cultural whose name is Dasha Mahavidya and his intérprete is Ishani Lassia. Thank you. Convido-vos a estarem presentes amanhã para mais um painel de ilustres convidados e com temas em discussão a não perder. Muito obrigado. Até amanhã.
As Dasha Mahavidyas são 10 manifestações da deusa original, chamada Adi Shakti. São representações da energia feminina nos seus vários aspectos. A doçura maternal e a compaixão, assim como a força que protege e que destrói a ilusão. The Dasha Mahavidyas are 10 manifestations of the original goddess, called Adi Shakti. They are representations of feminine energy in its various aspects, maternal affection and compassion, as well as the force that protects and destroys illusion.
कुलभञ्जनि पालय मां श्रुतजनपालिनि कामितदायिनि श्रुतजनपालिनि कामितदायिनि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि पालय मां पालय मां सुन्दरि तिलकामोदिनि तन्त्रस्वरूपिणि पालय मां तारा सुन्दरि तिलकामोदिनि तन्त्रस्वरूपिणि पालय मां तापविमोचनि तामसहारिणि तापविमोचनि तामसहारिणि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि पालय मां प्रकाशिनि षोडशि तमोपहारिणि पालय मां कोटितेज प्रकाशिनि षोडशि तमोपहारिणि पालय मां जगदोद्धारिणि मङ्गलकारिणि जगदोद्धारिणि मङ्गलकारिणि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि पालय मां श्रीभुवनेश्वरि भक्तपरायणि पालय मां भुवन मनोहरि श्रीभुवनेश्वरि भक्तपरायणि पालय मां भवाभितारिणि मुक्तिप्रदायिनि भवाभितारिणि मुक्तिप्रदायिनि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि पालय मां प्रियकरि त्रिपुर भैरवि भाग्यविदायिनि पालय मां भैरव प्रियकरि त्रिपुर भैरवि भाग्यविदायिनि पालय मां बन्धनमोचनि पावनि जननि बन्धनमोचनि पावनि जननि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि पालय मां छिन्न मुण्डविधारिणि चन्दनलेपित छिन्नमस्ता छिन्न छिन्न मुण्डविधारिणि चन्दनलेपित छिन्नमस्ता शाश्वत पदवी कीर्तिप्रदायिनि शाश्वत पदवी कीर्तिप्रदायिनि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि पालय मां पालय मां पालय मां देवी धूमावति धर्म संरक्षिणि दया स्वरूपिणि पालय मां देवी धूमावति धर्म संरक्षिणि दया स्वरूपिणि पालय मां दुर्गतिनाशिनि दीनोद्धारिणि दुर्गतिनाशिनि दीनोद्धारिणि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि पालय मां पालय मां पालय मां शङ्करभामिनि बगलामुखिनि पापविनाशिनि पालय मां शङ्करभामिनि बगलामुखिनि पापविनाशिनि पालय मां विन्ध्यनिवासिनि आनन्ददायिनि विन्ध्यनिवासिनि आनन्ददायिनि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणि नाशिनी हरिनारायणि कल्मषनाशिनि हरिनारायणि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणी पालय मां पालय मां जय जय देवी श्रीचक्रेश्वरि कारुण्यमयि नी पालय मां जय जय देवी श्रीचक्रेश्वरि कारुण्यमयि नी पालय मां शिवयोगी वन्दिते श्री शिवशङ्करि शिवयोगी वन्दिते श्री शिवशङ्करि दशमहाविद्यारूपिणी पालय मां पालय मां पालय मां पालय मां पालय मां
As novas despedidas. Terminamos mais uma vez por hoje. Pedimos desculpa por este atraso todo. E cá vos esperamos amanhã, no mesmo sítio. E à mesma hora não, porque amanhã começamos às 9 da manhã. Um bom descanso a todos e até amanhã.
Sorry, for those ones that are having dinner